Alright, I think I'm back. It looks like the stream went down momentarily. The internet isn't very happy tonight. I appear to be connected. Yeah, okay. So I think it did go down for a moment, but I think it's back now. Right, so who do you have in mind to replace him? He was asking about replacing Mr. Tusk. I'm not sure when the stream dropped. Those darn Swordlanders. No, it's the Bloods, or the Burgundians, or whatever they're called. Who do you think? Me, of course. Here's what I propose, a win-win situation. If you promise me a majority of shares from the privatization, he would lose considerable power. Which means I could take over. You may recall that one of the terms of our agreement was that I may ask you for one favor. Well, this is it. Do you accept? You're asking too much of me. Think about all the free help you've gotten from me, and the many scandals you might have to cover up along the way to re-election. Well then, I've taken up enough of your time already. This has been a productive call. Thank you for your time, Mr. President. Which one did he want again? Oh, shoot. By Miss Cronty. Refugee camps. Ooh, crossings. What? Rise at the Welland border? Coup support pro-Blutish rights. Okay. Supreme Court delays Ishval case, and the Supreme Court has decided to delay the case of allowing Governor Braun to continue implementing unconstitutional principles, stated no evidence of unconstitutionality was yet found. The decision has stirred controversy. The delay of the case has been met with resounding support from patriots of this nation. Loose community expressed outrage over Supreme Court delay. Another injunction from the Supreme Court. Cajun Canale Relations, fresh chapter. Okay. Requested meeting of Lucien Gallade. Today's Supreme Court has delayed the case of Ishval without further notice, thereby allowing Governor Braun to continue. Stated that he will not yet find anything. The decision sparked controversy. Your setback. Okay. Lucian scheduled some time with me to discuss potential political repercussions of the upcoming meeting. He arrived on time as usual and took his seat right across from me. Good morning, Mr. President. Had dark circles below his eyes. The plethora of political developments must have been weighing on him, even on a workaholic like him. You look a bit tired. Are you getting enough sleep? I'm trying to, sir. Don't push yourself too much. I will try not to. I must say, you don't look much better. I looked at myself in the small hand mirror. Similar circles were beneath my eyes as well. I booked some time to pre-plan for today's meeting, but before going into the economic directions, I want to give you a short status update. We just received word of the case of Ishval Urson. The Supreme Court has decided not to act at all and delayed the case indefinitely. I'm afraid Chief Justice Hawker seems to be protecting Governor Braun from prosecution. Moreover, the Bludish community in Bergia is getting increasingly restless over this topic. Nobody knows how long they'll keep delaying the case. This, of course, allows Governor Braun to keep his seat. Okay. This is very troubling. Do you have any idea how we can proceed? I don't think there is anything we can do about it at this point. Our strategy should be to get public opinion behind us. Luckily, Ms. Morgana is already working on the semi-autonomous zone in Bergia, and we may still be able to get rid of the governor that way. I would likely be ready after the vote for the amendments. We'd be free to enact it then. Great news. Tell her I'm grateful for her work on this. The representatives of the Bludish community, namely Minsenleke and Fatia Ejal, have just released statements condemning our administration. They criticize your inactions on the Urson case, and they use very strong language doing so, I must add. They have enormous influence over our Bludish population, just something to be aware of. For now, let's return to the real reason we're here, the economic disaffection. We need to be cautious. Any grand plans about the economy also heavily influence our political standing. We'd be changing our relationship with the old guard, the oligarchs, and the opposition. As you know, this meeting will give you the opportunity to alter the ownership of the Big Four, the largest corporations in all of Swordland. We can start the process of nationalization or privatization, or we can just keep the status quo. Okay. We should stay out of this and keep things as they are. There's no need to make new political enemies at this stage in our term, but ultimately the decision is yours. What are you leaning towards? How should we move forward? Our administration will privatize these companies. Privatization will help bring the country out of recession. That may be true, but taking everything out of the state hands may be dire repercussions in a country like ours. We need to think about this carefully. One thing to remember is that since you've been transparent about promoting a market economy, privatization will not cost us much support. I have received a report from the Ministry of Economy that may impact your decisions. Unfortunately, we have missed our government budget targets for the current quarter. The plan could change ownership of important assets could help us generate much-needed resources to further improve economic developments before the next election. It's just something to consider, as is our relationship with the oligarchs. They only care about their own profits. That has been obstructing one of our efforts for the economic recovery. Still, we need to make sure that we don't go overboard with it. If we do, we might lose both our base. Okay. If we privatize only part of the companies, perhaps we can get out of this unscathed. Marcel Carnrati is making moves to become the key figure. Probably wants his father's seat at the head of the group. If we over-privatize our state-owned companies, a sort of state corporation, and it could result in the balance tipping to one side. Did Marcel or Tusk contact you? I received a call from Marcel. What did he ask for? He wanted to make a deal. He wanted to make a deal to leave HOS untouched. I said I'd think about it. Very well. Is that all he wanted? He also wants us to give him the shares for privatization to lower Tusk's influence. As I expected. This internal conflict among the oligarchs puts us in an interesting position. Our relationship with Walter Tusk hasn't been good so far. Any move we make now has to be calculated and thought through. Very well then, it's almost time. I will inform Mr. Hall of your decision, and he will make the necessary preparations to formulate a plan. Okay. Refugee camps. Threatening the Supreme Court. Massive protests against the court decision. Logsland Navy is active. Hasn't happened yet. Okay. WPB, Workers' Party of Bolivia, condemn the Supreme Court. It's in the news. Okay. Increase support for British rights outside of Bergia. WPD condemns Supreme Court decision. Okay, yeah. Walker's capitalism versus Devereaux's reform. Keep rising in Marquian Sea. Okay. Worship changes or of major corporations. Assistants took over coats. Blah 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 blah. As soon as I entered, their chatter stopped, and they stood. He opened his briefcase, produced a folder, proceeded to go over some of the documents. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Ministry of the Economy. Without further ado, we are, of course, here today to discuss our economic shift towards privatization. Mikhail and Edith exchanged smiles. Mr. President, before you arrived, Mikhail and Edith were expressing their delight at your decision to go down this path. Wonderful news, I'd say. I'm glad we're staying firmly on the path to market economy. This was certainly the right decision. It will boost our economy by providing the government much needed funds right now. We can then use these funds to increase development for the future. It's a win-win for sure. Glad we're on the same page. Certainly. Simon handed me and everyone else in the room 2 neat stacks of documents. How we can go about with the privatization plan, please turn to page 6. So, state corporation. Okay. Privatization like this would certainly increase the government's budget. That, of course, would result in lots of opportunities for us to provide for our citizens. It could also be used to boost our popularity, especially with the election coming. Not to mention the various other areas in which we can and should spend money. However, there is one catch. The conservative majority of the USP would not like this decision at all. For them, these state companies are part of the parcel with the Swedish identity. It will have consequences for us in the assembly. We would gain tremendous amounts of money for the government. We can invest that money in future government projects, which would popularize our administration, increasing the chances for a re-election. Might not make up for losing the lion's share of the conservative vote. Conservative comprise the majority of the assembly. If we hurt their national pride, they'll turn on us. I'm against full privatization. We shouldn't make enemies at this stage. What about selling a minority share? It would be better than nothing, but why stop there? A minority stake won't help our government as much. We need to be decisive. On the other hand, a minority share would create less friction. This would be my preference. A majority share. This is certainly a very good option. The state would keep some of SEC's operations under control, and the government would have lots of gains. I'm leaning towards this option myself. Retaining control while increasing our budget, I don't see a downside. I'll turn to page 26. Nedman Mining Group. It's one of the largest mining corporations in Eastern Maricopa, let alone Swordaland. They call themselves the leaders of the world in coal. They certainly have enough evidence to back that up. Perhaps if they are not as large as the SSC... Oh, welcome, Kaladin. We still have a lot to gain if Nedman Mining Group is privatized. I fully support privatization of this company to an extent. Certainly a good portion to gain enough capital to end the recession once and for all. I have contacts in Nedum. It is one of the most valuable corporations in the last decade. I can vouch for that. I have personal experience with the company myself. It would be a great addition to any portfolio. Would be effective if we fully privatize. It would be very profitable to sell. I know many people who would kill to have a portion of that company. I do think this is a good option. We could simply fully privatize Nedum along with SEC to bring in a large influx of money. Mr. President, I hate to repeat myself. One state-owned company, let alone two, will anger our conservative voter base. All the budget in the world won't matter if you aren't re-elected. What if we sold a majority share? My preference is selling a majority share of both SSC and Nedum. It would give us the most value, and I think we should both go with this share. This might still generate a backlash from the Assembly and the general public. We should go for a minority share instead. It would, however, be a lost opportunity. I think we should sell majority share. I'm ready to make a decision. Okay. Soldier state minority, majority state owned. Yeah, I'm thinking fire sale time. We'll go with minority state-owned. I think we'll do minority state-owned on both. Sure, yes. This is the path we are taking. I want to thank you, Mr. President. This decision will revitalize our economy. Although I wish we could have proceeded with privatization in greater capacity, it is a start. Certainly a step in the right direction. I suspect that regardless, we will lose the support of some conservatives in the Assembly. That's insane, but the gains we receive will offset the losses. Make sure those games happen. As you wish, I will not leave any stones unturned. If you'll excuse me, I have to get to work immediately. There's much to be done. I know everyone has a very busy schedule. Thank you all for coming. Good work, everyone. That's it? I wanted to see that wiped out. What did that do to the economy? No! Unified Education Language Act. Advances the Unified Education Language Act, strengthen national unity. All educational institutions are required to conduct their teaching in the country's official language, except in the case of foreign language instruction. To offer courses in any language other than Swordish, institutions must obtain explicit approval from the Ministry of Education. Established enforcement procedures of the Act. Schools found to be in violation of these guidelines may face penalties. No. Results of the economic direction. Often, President, blah blah blah. Had begun, and as I had expected, Swordaland's two most prominent oligarchs wanted to speak to me about it. Lucian showed Marcel Conrati and Walter Tusk into the conference room. Across the table from me, leaving an empty chair between them. Good to see you, Mr. President. It's been a while. Here, take this, a gift. He brought a bottle of early heard Peter say that you favor this one. Thanks for the gift. Anytime. Marcel burst out laughing. Old man, you always think so small. You lack the vision to see the bigger picture. He approached me and we shook hands. It's nice to see you, Mr. President. Here. A real gift. He took a set of car keys from his pocket and gave it to me. Come, take a look. I looked out the window. On the road leading to the palace, I saw a glittering brand new Randorfini sports car. A car that only the richest and richest in the Swordland could afford. The court declined to see the case. So they made no comment as to whether or not balloons are people. It's yours. I can't take this. Of course you can. It's a gift. Surely better than a bottle of whiskey. Oh, little boy. Do you think I can't do better? Me, Walter Tusk? Or aren't you showering me with gifts? No reason. Really, no reason. I bet this has nothing to do with the recent privatizations. Anyway, gentlemen, please take your seats. They sat down. Lucian produced a set of documents from his briefcase. He put on his reading glasses. So Mr. Tusk and Mr. Caronti, President Rayne is about to sell private shares in Swordland's two largest national corporations. And now you're here showering him with gifts. You're both clearly more skilled at business than you are at subterfuge. So tell us, why do you deserve to claim these shares before they go on the general market? Walter cleared his throat. President, listen. You and I haven't been on the best of terms lately. But I want to nurture a profitable relationship between us where we both win. Those shares are very important to me. If I had them, I could do much for Swordland. So much more for you. You haven't even seen what I and my connections are capable of. Do you want to get re-elected? No problem. We'll make sure of it. This is my offer to you. I'll do whatever it takes to make you president for another term. Doesn't that sound great? Enticing. I will think about it. If I win, I will win with my own strength. What about you, Marcel? He can't do anything. He's not capable of enough to. Mr. President asked me, not you. Before you spew those big words, make sure you can actually do it, Walter. Mr. President, first off, Mr. Tusk here is lying about the extent of his influence. True, he might have command over some people in the Assembly. What he is sitting on top of right now was built by my father, Conrad Caronti. I want to be straightforward with you. If you give me the shares, I will topple this old man. Which means I will have the same influence he does over the Assembly. I can sway them as you like. That is not all, Mr. President. Don't forget that I have something that gives me an edge over this man in his archaic ways. A powerful tool. Control over the media. I can give you power over both the Assembly and the Swedish public. Basically, a guaranteed win. He could never, ever hope to beat this offer. You little snake. You're 20 years early to be the head of the Lothenberg group. I made the group what it is. Perhaps, but Marcel has a point. What is the decision, Mr. President? Yeah, what's gonna be? Marcel leaned forward with anticipation. Our shares will go to Marcel, insider trading. Shares will go to Walter, insider trading, plus one personal wealth. The shares will be equally distributed between the two of you. I'm sick of these shenanigans. You'll have to squabble over the shares when they enter the market, just like everybody else. The shares will go to Marcel. What? Have you heard a word of what I said? That's all right, old man. You learned your place today. Thank you for the wise decision, Mr. President. I will arrange a small transfer as a personal thanks. Very well, here's the paperwork. You should put a stack of papers in front of Marcel. He pointed to various sections and pages in the stacks of papers. You will need to sign here and here. After the papers were signed, Marcel and Walter stood up. I think we all have very busy schedules. I will take my leave now. See you later, President. I will take my leave as well. The two men packed their belongings and left the meeting room. So we got some car keys. Factions? Ah, now Marcel Caranti is in charge. Rumberg informs a whistleblower. Rumberg has informed us about an escaped whistleblower headed to Switzerland. They have prematurely requested the extradition of any whistleblowers from Rumberg. If they are to be found, Chelson Hailstone, the said whistleblower, is reported to possess highly sensitive information about a covert weapons program. Immediate return of Hailstone, considering his defection as a breach of trust between two nations. Maybe this could be a way for us to bury the hatchet with Rumberg? Police launch successful raids. Privatization of Swedish State Corporation. I do not trust Rumberg at all, but shown that he has what it takes to stop the recession, as he announced his most ambitious plan to date, partial privatization of Swedish, may not be an easy task. Okay. Domburg, exactly. The Continental Security Pact recently issued a stark condemnation of Rumberg and the Grace network of monarchies, accusing them of attempting to reverse the trends set by the century of revolutions. Okay. What are you trying to highlight here? Yes, I've looked at it. Okay. Ulsford. Assembly vote on the constitutional changes. Oh boy, here we go. Serge was driving me towards the Grand National Assembly for today's historic vote. It was a big day. I wondered whether my attempts at changing the Constitution would end any differently than Alfonso's. I looked out the window as the noise of the city diminished and saw that they were already inside the palace complex. The complex housed the buildings of all the government branches. In the center of Hulsford, it was one of the biggest developments in Swordland. The Maroon Palace stood on a small hilltop surrounded by trees. We passed by the palace and entered the forest that separated it from the Grand National Assembly. We drove on the small road that wound through the forest. It was a warm day, so I rolled down the windows. I could hear the birds singing from the trees. Are you okay back there, sir? I'm good. Hey, Serge, I'm okay. How are you doing? I'm good as I can be, sir. Serge made a left turn out of the forest and entered the vast garden area of the assembly. Did you know that Mr. Tarkin Saul came to Hulsford this morning? I heard some politicians talking about it today. Apparently this is the first time he's come to the city in the last 5 years. I thought he left the mainland and lived on Duru Island, never to return to politics. But they were saying he might be here to exercise the Member of Honor rights for the first time. Wait, what? Who was talking about this? Slow down, Serge, are you sure? Yes, sir. I overheard several men talking about it around the gardens of the assembly. Could just be rumors, of course. Do you think he's here because of today's vote? Yes, Serge, most likely. Well, I'm sure he will support you, sir. Of course he will. We'll learn soon enough. Thank you, Serge. Now they're all behind you. I'm sure Sorland is as well. I walked up the white stone stairs. The Grand National Assembly entrance looked like a temple gate from the classical area. The door opened into real vast corridors of wood and white stone. I joined the crowd of people who were walking slowly towards the parliamentary hall. Suddenly, I noticed Lucian emerge from the crowd, packed politicians in front of me. He looked relieved when he saw me. We are removing the absolute immunity of the members of honor. Ah, sir, there you are. Have you seen Vice President Vector? He's nowhere to be found. I've just arrived here, Lucian. I hope Mr. Victor arrives soon too. At any rate, how about you yourself? Are you ready to finally face the assembly, sir? As ready as I've ever been, Lucian. Lucian, I've just heard something worrying from Serge. We'll address that later, sir. Come, we must go inside. We were inside, Lucian and I separated to take our assigned seats. I went up to the mezzanine, overlooking the hall, and sat down. I waited as the MPs took their place inside the hall, one by one. After a while, I saw Gloria walk over to her lovely seat at the center of the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will shortly begin with today's agenda of the USP's proposed changes to the Constitution of Swordland. After a short while, everybody was in their seats. According to the current Constitution, constitutional amendments require a two-thirds majority vote in order to reach Assembly approval. If the vote succeeds, the proposal will be sent to the Supreme Court. The proposal in question includes these points. I read the proposal to the Assembly. First section of changes, Article 57, is modified with the following. Highlighting each section, Section 2, Paragraph 36, she went on, may not exercise his right to and on the justices of the Supreme Court. Most of the MPs seemed like they were already falling asleep. A simple majority is considered. The seat was really hurting my back. Section 4, Paragraph 44A. Felt like an eternity had passed. Finally, she finished reading the changes. I hereby invite all of you to vote. She struck her gavel down. The loud bang made some MPs jump in shock as they woke from their deep sleep. As I previously stated, it will require a two-thirds majority in order to pass. You may now cast your votes. I felt the need to stand up and stretch. I looked down the hall from the platform I was seated on. Some assembly members immediately walked to the ballot box to cast their votes. Most of them, however, began to congregate in groups around the hall discussing the changes. For democracy! Sit back down and keep watching. Go down to the hall where all the MPs are. Let's show confidence. We will sit down and keep watching. I saw some people cast their votes, but many were still walking along the hall talking with each other. Then I noticed Xero Kibner approaching. He stopped below the mezzanine and looked up at me. Go down to talk to him. Mr. President, how are you feeling about the vote? I'm hoping for the best. The best outcome for this proposal is failure. I have lost my respect for you, Mr. Rayne. So many problems in Swordland that must be addressed, and yet you insist on stalling us with your democratic reforms. I know you will fail, and you will lose the game. And so will your entire administration. I hope to be here when it happens. Keep hoping, Mr. Kibner. Properly turned away from me and walked towards the seat. And then I saw Lucien waving at me. He was among a group of people in the corner of the hall. I walked up to him. On my way, I bumped into Mansoon Leke. Mr. President, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. I wish you luck with the vote. Today is a big day for you, after all. It's a big day for all of us. I hope I have your support, Mr. Leke. Most of the independents will be voting yes, Mr. President. Even though we feel it doesn't address the issues we care about the most, it is still a step in the right direction. But I have to say, we were disappointed when we first read the proposal. We have done our best, Mr. Leke. I hope you don't ignore Blue's rights as well, Mr. President. I have got to cast my vote. He shook my hand and walked away. I finally reached Lucien. Now deep in a conversation with another member of our party, he excused himself and turns towards me. Sir, did you vote yet? We have to be quick. What's the rush? Explain on the way. And prepared the envelope. Together, Lucien and I walked to the center of the hall to cast our votes. He kept rushing me throughout the process. Bowed her head slightly in respect as she saw us vote, Lucien pulled on my arm and whispered in my ear. You have a problem, Tarquin Sol is here? I know. We have to accelerate the voting process. We need everybody to vote as soon as possible. We don't know what he's capable of right now, but if assembly members see him, he might influence them against the proposal. Should I talk to him? I would advise against that right now. The assembly must focus on the vote. Any confrontation between the two of you would draw their attention away. Let's just go back to our seats. Any noise will distract anyone further. Go and ask Gloria to speed up the voting. Can't do that, Mr. President. Don't worry, there's already a time limit and we are abiding by the rules. Tarquin Sol sitting there. He looked much older than he had some 5 years ago, but I could tell he had some fire in him. Some MPs already gathered around him and were chatting in awe. Went quiet as people started to notice Sol's presence in the hall. I'll go talk to him. Should refrain from giving. Maybe you can address him after the vote. Got in front of Sol and gave him a military salute. Seeing this, more people started to approach him. We have 251 members today. As you can see, the member of honor is here. He's already cast his vote. Has he now? Miss Toria, how many votes are missing? Only a few. Albin Calvin and 3 other men approached us with envelopes in their hand, and these must be them. Good day, Mr. Calvin. Or Clavin? Sorry to take so long, Mr. President. There was a friend who needed more clarification for his vote. Let's get this over with, gentlemen. Very well, we shall. Both went back to our seats. When I returned back to the mezzanine, I saw Peter sitting in the chair next to mine. Did you cast your vote? Yes, of course. He looked at Gloria as she and her assistants counted the votes. The speaker's seat was only a few meters away from our platform. I really hope this proposal goes through. I hope so too. She looked annoyed. 136 ayes, 40 more votes to count. We need 30 out of the last 40. Damn. It's okay, there's hope. Peter pointed out where Franz Richter was sitting. Got friends over there. I'm sure he was behind this mess. You shouldn't have trusted him. It's not over yet, Peter. Don't jump to conclusions. Well, voting has been concluded. 167 A's and 84 nays. Thereby, the guys reached a 2/3 majority and accepted the changes to the Constitution. Hey! The proposal will be presented to the Supreme Court shortly for the final voting procedure. The Assembly Board with all kinds of different reactions. Yes, says Peter Vector. We did it! We got our minimal changes to the Constitution. It only took a lot. Hell yeah, we did. Thank you for all your hard work, Peter. We just kept shouting in the hall. Among them, I heard Franz Richter's voice. I want to congratulate the members of the Assembly and the President for finally passing changes to our dusty old Constitution. I also want to thank the members of the United Switzerland Party for working with our party. I hereby invite the Supreme Court to do the right thing by not ignoring the decision of the Grand National Assembly that was elected by the Swedish people. Loud applause came from the FJP. Tarquin Sol, slowly rising from his seat at the back, he seemed to be struggling and used his cane for help. He stood and gazed around the hall as all the members of the Grand National Assembly went silent. Keep watching him. He walked out the exit as 2 of his guards held the doors for him. Thank God he didn't do anything. In any case, the proposal has passed the Assembly, but now we have to think about the Supreme Court. I'll talk to the key figures of the court. We'll be fine. I have complete trust in you. After I talked with Peter, another achievement, about the vote, we both left the hall to discuss our next steps. Ooh. I was actually quite anxious reading that. I did not think it would pass. Was this our car? Nice. Constitutional changes passed by the Assembly, surpassing the 166 threshold by only one vote. Abstained from voting in the session attended by 251 members, including President Rayne and Member of Honor Tarkin Saul. Rayne's reforms win over the Assembly. The Supreme Court, okay. Richter congratulates the President. Okay, radical. New constitutional passes the Assembly. Countess surprise in spite of heavy opposition, and a special appearance from Old Man Tarkin Saul himself. President Rayne actually managed to get this constitutional reforms past the Assembly. We've been advocating for changes to Saul's dusty constitution for years. Even if Rayne decided to come down on the side of democracy and fairness, getting a proposal like this past Gloria Tory's gavel must have required a great deal of compromise, and getting approval for the Supreme Court will require even more. Whew. Alright, it's meeting on the results of the Assembly vote. Lucian, Peter, and I convened at the massive balcony of the palace. It was nice to catch a breeze in the increasing summer heat. Both had grins on their face, but Peter's got larger as he kept recounting our success at the Assembly. Fellas, the first obstacle has been cleared. Congratulations to all of us. We can celebrate once we get past the court. The President's right, the Assembly was the easy part. Peter leaned on the balcony reading. What about Tarkin Saul? Did you see him again? As far as I know, he's still staying in Halsford, but hasn't cared to pay his respect to President Rayne yet. What the hell was that all about, anyway? Him appearing out of nowhere. He's not a threat to us. We should focus on our tasks at hand. He came to the Assembly to make a statement, but we still won the vote. He just joined a constitutional vote, and I think it's perfectly normal that he'd come for this. What do you think was his real intention? He wished to intimidate the Assembly into rejecting our proposal, sir. As it seems to have failed, but we can't be sure. He might be here to work with the court. As long as he's around, he will always have influence over the republic he built. We should have seen this coming. Note he has no authority anymore. All the laws protect him from almost anything, and allows him to be a member of the Assembly. He can still propose bills and vote for them. That's proper authority, if you ask me. When you're the founder of the system, you don't need to be sitting in the presidential office to have power. He just joined a constitutional vote. You're right, sir, but as long as he's here in Halsford, he can create problems for us. But let's move on for now. Yeah, we had the first firewall cleared, but now we have the Council of Grumpy Old Men in our way. What to say, it's a fitting description for the court, but unfortunately for us, they are more than that. They are our largest obstacle yet. Also, you're forgetting about Miss Edmonds. They're not all grumpy old men. And Miss Morgana, she's technically a member as well. The real trouble is their Big Daddy Hawker. We can't let him control the court against us. He cleared his throat about the court. Miss Morgana has been helping out with the lobbying of the court. She has been speaking with Miss Edmonds, and we believe she's our key figure on the inside. Our lobbying efforts are continuing positively, but they have yet to yield concrete results. It will be ultimately up to Miss Morgana and you to persuade the justices, sir. Already have Nia inside the court. That's one vote out of 11, which leaves us 5 more. Well, Nia has the ears of Justices Dalton and Martin, so we could assume that we have their support as well. So that gives us 3 votes to start with. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but Miss Morgana cannot do this alone. Let's not forget about Mr. Hawker and his loyalists. Still need to reach out to the Old Guard and the moderates in order to reach 6 votes. If the Old Guard is against us, how do we even get 6 votes? By convincing all of the other justices, every single one. If we cannot get Miss Centrus, we will have no choice but to reach out to the Old Guard. There's at least some pressure on the court now. Still sees us as a threat. They will not be persuaded so easily. I'll talk to the justices and convince them. I believe in you, sir. In any case, we should start with our best bet. I already asked Neo to arrange a meeting with Miss Emmons. Maybe we could do a little bit more corruption. For the good of the nation, of course. She's willing to speak with you. That's a good start. If she's willing to talk, she's willing to cooperate. How about her and Garachi? He refused to speak to us. He refused to speak with you, Peter, but if the president can have a one-on-one meeting with him, I'm sure he'll open up. He should suddenly turn around and point at the side of the entrance to the balcony. Look who's coming. It was Franz Richter. He slowly walked up with a smile on his face. Afternoon, gentlemen. How are you all doing? Afternoon, Mr. Richter. We're doing good, friends. Enjoying the victory at the assembly. Busy as always, Mr. Richter. How about you? Same goes for me, Mr. President. There are some busy days ahead indeed, especially after that mutual victory. We should thank you for your efforts, Mr. Richter. You were of tremendous assistance. Having many more cooperations between us and victories. Leaning towards me and lowered his voice. I also hope you will do something about your promise at some point, Mr. President. Could feel Lucian's suspicious gaze. The time will come. I'll be waiting. I wish you good luck with the Supreme Court. I have conversed with Miss Morgana and Justice Lizek, and we have at least 3 justices supporting the proposal. We must be united if we want to break them. We must also be seen as united more than ever. Therefore, I'd like to propose a proper alliance for the next elections, and more in-depth collaboration throughout the rest of the current term. I'm glad we were able to work together on the new constitution, but that's the extent of our collaboration. Yeah. Yeah, an alliance with the main opposition is too big of a deal. I'm afraid that's not an option. As I expected. Thank you for the offer nonetheless. Franz reached down at his pocket, fumbled with a handkerchief, and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Anyway, I'll leave you 3 to it. We should catch up soon. The sun is getting intense. He walked back to the door and left the balcony. He wants to take credit for the new constitution. If it passes, that is. We don't need it anymore. Damn right. I think it's time to conclude our little meeting, sir. There was a tap on the shoulder. Liviana Suono joined us on the balcony. Pardon the interruption, gentlemen. Mr. President, David Whiskey is calling about the upcoming foreign policy meeting. Perfect time. Tell him I'll be right there. I will, sir. Getting pretty hot out here. Jeez. Okay, let's call it finished. You may both go. Invitation to the movie premiere. Rubbered whistleblower arrives. Richter congratulates the vote results. I think Peter's playing that being a horn dog is what Peter's doing. Rumberg whistleblower arrives. Let's do the Rumberg thing. A whistleblower from Rumberg Security Bureau has escaped to Swordland by crossing the border and turned himself to the authorities in Esterd. Has promised to reveal extremely sensitive information about the development of a weapons program. We can give refuge to him and risk antagonizing Rumberg or send him back. I mean, wouldn't it be nice if the Rumbergers were our friends? True, impossible. One possibly honest man's wife, yeah. Let's give him asylum. Get stuffed, Rumberg. This will blow in the safe house. Agent Chelsom has have secretly transferred to the safe house near Antel. The perimeter is guarded by special forces units. They're being interrogated thoroughly to make sure the preliminary information is accurate. Geopolitics. Swordland accepts whistleblower. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's go to the movies. I've been invited to the exclusive preview of Alfred Sherbuck's new film, The Morning Shall Come. Well, Rumberg announced that the guy was coming. They had put out a report. Although I wasn't in much of a movie-going mood, it would have been unpresidential not to attend. With its massive budget and Kitchberg's directorial cachet, this drama was set to be a milestone for Sutherland's burgeoning film scene. Personally, though, I was just looking forward to spending some time with my family. It was a very hot and sunny day as Serge drove us to the old capital. The film was to be screened in the historic cinema Angeli de Erlori, the very first cinema in Swordland. It gazed the vast plains between Holsford and Airlie as we drove on the H1. Serge had maxed out the air conditioning and kept the Cadilla comfortable. Frank fidgeted with his tie as he stared out the window. What's wrong, Frank? Since when do you care what's happening in my life? You know I'll support you whether you pass or fail those exams. I've been busy lately, but I'll always have time for you. What an honor, Your Highness. Frank, don't talk to your father that way. He's been working so hard for this country. You're hurting me, Frank. Ignore him and talk to Dina. Excited for the movie, sweetie? About you, Papa. You won something, right? You should smile and keep doing your best even if you lose. I won't lose, is that right, Monica? I'm just fine, Dina. Everything's going to be wonderful from now on, right, Monica? Ha, isn't that right, Monica? Of course, let's just focus on having a nice time at the movies. So we are about to enter Erlery. We'll be at the cinema in a few minutes. Thank you, Serge. Many towers of Erlery. Several planes flying towards the city. As we got closer to us, I saw that they were military planes that looked like the sharp-edged Arcasian designs. They were probably headed to our new joint military base. Serge knocked on the glass and gestured forwards. We were at the main square of Erlery at the historic cinema Angeli. Is this the place? Yeah. It was an old Baroque-style corner building with Walls that looked like marble from a distance, there were exquisite ornaments on each side of every window. Stairs pulled the car to the entrance of the building, which was lit by vivid neon stripes in many colors. On the wall next to the entrance, there were painted words, "Stop the oppression of Bloods." Come on, let's get out. Stairs opened the doors and we exited onto the red carpet. We were just about to enter the building when a journalist managed to block the path. It's always this lady. Mr. President, Mr. President! Your constitutional reforms made it through the Assembly. How do you feel about their chances with the Supreme Court? I trust the justices will make the right decision. Thank you, Mr. President. And were you aware that Tarkin Saul would be the president at the proceedings? No, I had to find out from my driver. Of course I was. Contrast with the cinema, it's a Baroque style. Film cast and crew were already in the foyer, with glass and champagne in their hands. Approached the crowd and were welcomed by producers and the event organizer. A man walked up to us with quick steps. Alfred Cherbook? Film director. Madam, Mr. President, it's so good to see you here. Gently bowed at Monica and shook our hands. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Alfred Cherbook. Cherbook? Whatever. The honor is mine, Mr. Cherbook. I'm a big fan of your work. Who? Frank snorted. I glanced at him. He instantly took a sip from his cola. Very humbling to know that you've been watching and enjoying my movies. If you don't mind asking, which one was your favorite? This one may be slightly different from my previous works. All of them are my favorite. I love the sort of stream. I love The Man Who Saved the World. I was trying to understand if I was joking or not. That's by Michael Vargas, Mr. President. It beat my film The Sort of Stream for the top prize at the Bentley Festival last year. Frank looked me in the eye and struggled not to laugh. Why don't you take our seat? It's about to start. Screw. Later, the screening grew. Lights dimmed and the film began. It was a period drama set in the 1870s. About a sort of soldier who pursued a doomed romance with a widowed British farmer during the conquest of Persia. I wondered briefly whether Cherbook was commenting on my own treatment of British people, then he had finished filming long before I became president. As the credits rolled, I made an early exit to use the men's room. I was washing my hands when I heard an unmistakable voice behind me. Tarkin Saul! So, what did you think? Tarkin Saul leaned on his cane. He had the same frail appearance I'd noticed at the assembly, yet up close I could still sense the raw magnetism that had kept him in power for 20 years. I found the plot questionable, but it certainly looked spectacular. What about yourself? Sentimental pablum for the enjoyment of housewives only, and for a period piece the script contained far too many anachronisms. Totes. Totes, indubitably. I'm surprised to see you're still around, sir. What were you doing at the assembly? Surprised to see you're still around, sir. What were you doing at the assembly? My country was about to make a rash decision. I couldn't simply sit by. I still have immense respect for you, Colonel. I wish it was reciprocated. Your scheme didn't work. I won. It's not your country anymore. Enjoy that power while it lasts. I still have immense respect for you, Colonel. I wish it was reciprocated. It will be when you prove yourself worthy of it. A true president knows when he must step down. A lesson you'd be wise to learn yourself. I will not let you and that bleeding heart idiot Richter tarnish my precious constitution. I'm doing this for the good of the country. Richter's a better man than you ever were. The constitution is ancient history. My reforms will bring Sutherland into the future. I'm doing this for the good of the country. Ha! Some of the spittle landed on my cheek. You'll find out soon enough how your country repays you for your goodness. He slipped past me and out the door. Full security staff and mine were now clustered outside the washroom, forming a buffer against a large crowd that had gathered. That's Tarkin Sol, I heard someone scream. His guards closed around him and mine around me. By the time the chaos subsided, I was back in the car with my family and Sol was long gone. Okay, well, Sol seems to be doing something. Gas and branch opening boosts local economy. Okay. Ooh, lots of reports. Magnolia warns against Vlaxian threat to the seas. I'm regretting teaming up with Agnolia. They're just making us have confrontations with Vogsland. Acto IEC uncovers energy resources in Polaris. Okay. Dirtia has something today? Dirtia extends blessings on the Dissension Day. Okay. Security Pact. Peace Armada to assist XEC. To assist the Xenon economic cooperation in combating piracy. Okay. Two organizations declare support for the BFF. Huh. Gas and branch growth boosts local economy. Experience significant growth. Immediate expansion of the workforce. Okay, good, good. Economy must surely be taking off. No, it's going down. The graph seems to just always be bad. What's this one? Dinner with family, briefing on the diplomatic. What's this? Blancala's threats against the okay. Let's go to ceremonial duty. Sundawn on the blah blah blah, holiest day of Nurity. As per tradition, the celebration was held inside the whatever. This year, however, for the first time ever, it was going to be televised. The Solution's idea, as he saw it, granting the people a rare glimpse of the grand ceremony and showing them how seriously their president took this holy event, would ease any of the tensions that lingered in the region. So we arrived at the largest cathedral in Swordland. A huge crowd gathered around our convoy as our car pulled up to the entrance. This will work out well, trust me, of course. That's only if the prayer is done completely correctly. Please don't forget the order. First, you will need to grasp the holy set. Oh boy. Alright, let's write this down. First, okay, so holy scepter. Left hand. And then touch the altar with the right hand. Kneel before the archpriest. Kneel before the archpriest. Wait for sword. Wait for sword. Okay. Oh boy, goes further. Okay. Touch the sword with the hand you touch the altar with. Touch sword right hand. Hand the scepter over to Archbishop. Scepter to Bishop. To Archbishop. And receive the sword before passing it on to the disciple. Receive sword. Give to disciple. Okay, pretty straightforward, isn't it? It's just a ceremony, whatever. Yeah, sure. Very good. You'll have to go first. We'll come inside later, and we'll meet up after your part is done. Good luck, sir. Exit the car. The Arc Sanctuary was a sight to see, with its towering visage, cast a shadow over a large portion of the city. I had to crane my neck, blah blah blah. Okay, as I reached the gate, I spotted my welcoming committee. The Archpriest and his disciples were waiting for my arrival. At my approach, they all bowed their heads in respect. Archpriest gave me an infectious smile, and he straightened back up, tall and handsome in his mid-50s. He was one of the youngest and most popular archpriests in history. Some of his more avid followers even likened him to Saint Dast. Mr. President, praise God, it is a blessing to see you on our most holy day. Welcome, welcome. Bow your head before the Archpriest. I was still cheering loudly, turn and raise both hands, and immediately everyone filed silent. Oh, great people of Swordland, once again we are gathered here to honor the day of the Ascension. I am indescribably happy to be sharing this moment with you as well as every blood and sword, old and young, turning it into their television to watch this holy commemoration. Along with the leader of our great nation, I say let the holy day begin. Stay far from evil, O sons and daughters, for evil hides itself under many disguises such as blasphemy, apostasy, and even alcohol. Be good, my children, praise God, praise Swordland. He smiled beatifically as the crowd turned into rapturous applause. After it subsided, he turned to me. Shall we move inside for your confession? Sure, let's... My confession? Yes, just like last year, every man must confess before the holy ceremony starts. Walked up to the creaking staircase. Right this way. I'll be right with you. He left the room a minute later. I heard the sound of sliding window right next to me. He spoke in a very soft voice. Anton Rayne, speak and confess now before the one God, and may he repent your sins on the most holy day of the Ascension. I confess I have been a bad... I confess that I am not sure what I am doing for Swordland is enough. You do carry a heavy burden on your shoulders. What you have confessed is not a sin, but you may share your burdens with me if you like. I still don't know if I am doing... I'm trying to reform the country, but I don't know if the country is ready for it yet. Which is one of the tenets of nudity, yet it must come slowly but surely. Anything else you would like to confess? I confess that I have been a bad husband. Family is a cornerstone of society. Under the watchful eyes of God, men are required to protect their wives and family. But God created us as complex creatures. At times conflict. Tell me, what was your sin? I've been neglecting my family due to the stress of my position. Tragedy of neglect happens to all working men. That feeds his family. Rejoice. God is kind in the matters of family. Anything else you would like to confess? That's all for today. Before God, I thank you for sharing. You are now forgiven before God, Anton Rayne. May you never sin again. Sliding windows closed, and the Archpriest entered the confession chamber. I mean, those weren't sins, coward. For the confession to end, you must extinguish the candles representing each one of your virtues and vices. With this, the once burning sins connected to you are now smoke and then nothing. Extinguish the candles. Well done, Mr. President. Let's move on to my quarters before the ceremony. He led me through the 1,000-year-old corridors of his office, and the smell of dust and old tones was in the air, along with the scent of burning incense being prepared for the ceremony. Well then, please have a seat. The wooden chair next to him looked like it might turn to dust. At a single touch, I sat down gingerly. It was surprisingly sturdy. Are you ready for the ceremony? Absolutely. Very good to hear. He leaned back in his chair comfortably. I wanted to talk to you about something. I realize it has been months since Benfi Festival, but this is my first chance to bring it up with you. It's about the actions of the First Lady. As you know, the festival is a holy event. Letting a woman make the opening speech did not sit well with us. We share the same concerns as Mr. Leslie. A woman's place is beside her family, not giving public speeches and revealing dresses, certainly not insulting the important traditions behind such an event. Disgust was apparent on his face. Of course, we cannot ask you to do anything about it. She is your wife. But I just wanted to voice our disapproval of the situation. A woman presiding over such an important religious event, what have we become? I let her do the speech because people like you still exist in Swordland. That's none of your business. That's none of your business. You are right, Mr. President. I just wanted to voice our opinion on the matter. A couple of knocks were heard on the door, and the young boy came in. He bowed before the Archpriest, then me, before letting us know the ceremony was about to begin. We made our way downstairs, where the ceremony was already in progress. Okay. I saw him walk, bowed, and approached the altar. Right, okay. Holy scepter is in left hand. Grab the scepter with your left hand, then touch the altar with your right. Okay. Good. Kneel before the Archpriest. Show the sword on my shoulder. Wait for sword. Touch the sword with my right hand. Hand the scepter to the Archpriest. Yes, hand the scepter to the Archpriest. Archpriest handed me the sword. Pass the sword to the disciple. Hand the sword back to the Archpriest. Place the sword on the anvil. Pass the sword to the disciple. I got up and proceeded to my designated spot next to Lucian. He leaned over and whispered in my ear, "Compared to last year, that went surprisingly well, sir." Another Chivo. My eyes met the Archpriest, and he very slightly nodded. The ceremony went on for another hour and a half. Finally, the new bells chimed, marking the end of the cathedral service. With the cathedral to greet the related cry. As I stepped outside, I heard everyone cheering and chanting my name. Being Delvin a success, we waved proudly for a minute or two. See, sir, I told you it would work. We entered our cars and drove back to our suites in Dare. Dirging blessings for the Swordish Dissension Ritual. Deep appreciation to President. Send blessings on behalf of the newest Republic of Dirdia. What's in the news? Mounting threats from our BFFs. Social media cookbook. New law on the Swordish language vetoed. Investment surge boosts Gazom. President attends the Day of Ascension. One film, two very special guests. Washroom Summit? What are Rayne and Saul hiding? Rayne vetoes racist language bill. Okay. Dinner with the family at home? Yeah, sure, let's have dinner first. Arrived home from work. hung my jacket up, and put my briefcase in the hall. I paused, awaiting my usual greetings from my wife and daughter. Dina was out at one of her after-school art classes, I remembered, but where was Monica? From the living room, I heard a muffled sob. Entered to find Monica sitting at the sofa, a letter in her hands, a look of despair on her face. Darling, what's wrong? Rested her hand on my shoulder, then handed me the letter. From the Department of Education. Frank's university exam results are in. How did he do? See for yourself. I looked at the page. Below Frank's name and address, his score was written 435 points out of a total of 1,000. Yeesh. At the bottom of the letter was the word failed was stamped in red. All those years of efforts, all those private lessons, all down the drain. You know what this means? He's going to have to join the military. He could die, Anton. Maybe it will be good to him to learn from his mistakes. Does he know the results yet? No, but he should be back from school soon. I just don't understand. Frank's a smart boy. Why would he sabotage himself like this? I heard the key turning in the front door. Frank stomped in and was about to go straight upstairs when he noticed us both in the living room. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Have a seat, Frank. Oh, shit. You're a disappointment to this family, Frank. That's all you have to say? Son, we're not angry at you. I need a moment. He went to the kitchen sink and washed his face. A moment later, he came back. I never thought this would happen. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I should have been around to help you study. How could you let us down like this? You made your mother cry with your actions. It's not the end of the world. Pretty close though, isn't it? Frank looked close to tears. Monica put her hand on his shoulder. It's going to be okay, but you really should have studied harder, Frank. I know. I guess it's the army for me then. So it seems. Anton, isn't there anything you can do? If Alfonso could get his dimwit son into Kingshill University, I'm sure Halsford State would have room for a bright boy like Frank. I'm not going to take life lessons from Ewald Alfonso. I do have connections on the board. Gum, says Sunaj. I'm not going to take life lessons from Ewald Alfonso. But I failed the exam. This sucks. Are you sure about all this? Isn't it technically illegal? No, I won't influence your life. You've got to live with what you've done. Could study abroad. Send him into exile. I kind of want to just send him to the military. Could banish him internationally. Maybe it would open up diplomatic options. Could also study abroad. You know how I feel about communists, but United People's University in Content is free. It also has an excellent medical program. Ship them off to the Soviet Union. Well, son, you failed your university tests. I'm shipping you to Moscow. Oh. Actually, never mind. I won't influence your life, Frank. The military is the right choice. I understand principles are important, but Anton, which is more important, your principles or your son's futures? My son's future, of course. My principles, of course. Then I believe you'll make the right choice. Fine, let me think about this. Salford State, or you could study abroad. Well, you could go to the Soviet Union. That despite being corrupt, I'm still broke. Yeah. Communism, I could do that. Not exactly how I was expecting to spend my student years, but anything's better than the military. This is the future of our boy. Anton, what should we do? There's nothing to, it's been decided you're going to United Contana, Frank? Thanks, Dad. Holster State still would have been my first choice. Not only yours, but it's your call to make after the way I messed up. What a day. Who's hungry for dinner? New school completed? Okay. This is an outrage. Giving Connie's a hostage. Yeah, it's fine. Teacher salaries increase. Okay. Make my wife obey me. Yeah. And the priest is full of nonsense. Briefing on the diplomatic strategy. Else in the Rune Palace's main nerve center were painted white. Took a deep breath before pushing them open. It was people who liked me. The attendees rose from their seats. Mr. President. Joseph nodded. He and Lucian sat down, while David remained standing. Now that you're here, let's talk about our diplomatic strategy. Mr. President, if I may, I would like to provide you with a short overview of where we are at right now. Go ahead. Although we did not make a trade deal with Welland, we succeeded in making one with Magnolia, which means we have increased our presence in the region. These deals were important pieces of leverage and significant first steps into the global arena. We must now look towards the future. Go on. David sat down, pulled out a few papers, and started going through them as he kept talking. Welland and Magnolia were practice runs. We must begin improving our relationship with the greater nations. We need to elevate our international standing, especially with the threat of Rumberg looming. Mr. President, you know me, I don't trust the helping hands other countries offer us for a good reason. But I also know when those helping hands are necessary, and right now we need all the help we can get. I've said it over and over, but I will repeat it until you get it through your skull. Rumberg will come sooner or later. And with the current state of our military, if Rumberg invasion happens, Switzerland will cease to exist. We need allies. We ought to heed General Lancey's advice, Mr. President. I trust your assessment, Joseph. Thank you, Mr. President. A military perspective is important, but these deals are about more than just gaining allies. We also need to consider the benefits of our economy such deals provide. A recession, yes, but why not go a step further? Agreed. David took a seat and brought out 2 stacks of documents. Start of our term, I had the comprehensive trade deal plan laid out. Following the visits to Welland and Agnolia, we were to pursue potential trade deals with two greater countries. Logsland is one of them, or at least was. Unfortunately, a trade deal with them no longer seems possible. In Volgsland's case, given the country's territorial ambitions, our alliance with Agnolia was a rather a slap in the face. Now those commies won't be able to invade Agnolia without facing the might of the Swordfish armed forces. It will make them think twice. True, but as a result, we won't be able to conduct a trade deal, let alone proceed with any diplomatic missions at the moment. We don't want Agnolia get bullied by Volgsland. Unfortunate. So much needless dispute over such a small line. What is done is done. Let's look forward. I did, yes. But not the Volgslander commies, the other commies. As we stand right now, any kind of deal with Volgsland is simply out of the question. Moving on to Lesbia. Our southern neighbor is one of the wealthiest countries in Eastern Procopa. A trade deal with them would be very beneficial, not just for our economy, but also our regional and international presence. Not to mention that they are in the Arcasian sphere. A trade deal with Lesbia could open many doors for us. True, a country as influential as Lesbia could help elevate our economy. That is it for the overview. As to the actual contents of the trade deal, the investments we've made in the Berger region has yielded positive results. Lucien pulled out a small notebook and quickly flipped through the pages. Looking at my stats here, the investments helped increase the wheat output of the region. We now have a surplus, which makes an excellent resource for trade. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I need to know your decision before we can proceed. What should we do? Before you say anything, remember what I said. We need allies, not just a trade deal. If Rimberg attacks, we will fall. Begin negotiations with Lesbia. Excellent news. I'll begin at once. That was all I had for today. Thank you for coming. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. What's on the news? Isolated polio cases seen in Bergia? Oh no. I got funding to the healthcare system. Polio cases explode in Bergia. Trap anniversary. Education privatization. Our children are doomed. Okay. Rayne will visit Lesbia for a trade deal. Alright. Homelessness among Bludish decreases. Excellent. 20% decrease in homelessness among its Bludish population over the past 2 years. Development welcomed by Bludish rights activists. Cyanide increases agricultural production. Very good. Artery development speeds up following highway construction. Perfect. See, the highway was the right choice. Le Papillon, Hatsford. Morgana has arranged a meeting with the Justice Isabel Emmons ahead of the dinner. Nina and I met to have a chat. We sat at the table on the second floor of Le Papillon, a world-class lesbian restaurant in downtown Holsford. The whole floor was reserved for us, and the music coming from downstairs was enough to guard our voices from potential eavesdropper. I still can't believe Saul came to the vote. I am sure he was also pressured. He has also pressured the justices of the court right after that win. I can't speak any sense into them. What is the atmosphere in the court? Most justices don't really talk when I'm around. They don't trust me as I'm an outside member of the court. I only know about the 2 justices I've mentioned earlier who are with me, so we have 3 votes there. We still need 3 more votes. Isabella can potentially bring 2 to 3 votes. That's why she's on our ticket. The old guards are fanatically opposing your proposal, so I doubt there is any possibility there. Okay. What about Heron? I thought we could get to him. Heron is a possibility. Yes, I dislike him, but if we really want to be sure, we might need him. A disgrace of a justice he is. Yes, I think she's our best bet. We have a meeting with her now, after all. She's not openly protesting against the old guards, but she has told me about her concerns about them. She certainly opened the dialogue, but also skeptical. She seemed to be scared of a potential purge against the court. Interesting. We should play into that. We can find common ground against the old guard. That's what I hope for. What has Orso been doing? He's doing his best to organize the court against your proposal. The weakest link is Heron, but the rest are unbreakable. Nobody is unbreakable. You're right, but where's the breaking point? These old men have pride as vast as Mercopa. They're not easy game. Let's talk about next steps. The next step is speaking to Isabel and making sure she votes for the proposal, but also, the waiter approached us and bowed in respect. Did you decide on an entree, sir? We have a guest coming. We'll wait for her to order. Of course, sir. I'll be around. He went downstairs again. Nia took a sip from her glass of water and looked at me. Let's talk about you a little. Me? Yes, I want to know more about you. Yes, how have you been holding up these rough days? Thanks for asking. I'm just focused on our proposal. If it passes the Supreme Court, this will be a historic moment for Swordland. I just don't want to see another failure trying to change the Constitution anymore. That's why we can't become another Alfonso. Me neither, Miss Morgana. We have to make sure we succeed. I'm slightly scared that Isabel might not be enough, but I might need Heron's help one way or another. Alright, let's talk about what we'll do with Isabel. Let's try not to agitate her when she comes. We won the vote, so she already has pressure on her. If she feels cornered, we might lose her. It's important not to put too much pressure on her. Agreed, we shouldn't scare her off. That's for the best. Suddenly, I noticed Justice Isabel Edmonds coming upstairs. She was wearing a plain dark gray dress that hid most of her features. Oh, good to see you, Miss Edmonds. I think I got half a shake Isabel's hand. Stand up for handshake. Good to see you. Good to see you, Justice Edmonds. Rosy day, Miss Edmonds. I would normally say good, but this time I will take the liberty to say that it was insanely exhausting. Heavy court matters again, not that I'm complaining. You ready to give the order, sir? Madam, I'll have the pâté perlas, please. As you wish. Miss Edmonds? I'll have the salad. Thank you, of course. And you, sir? With lesbian zabla, I'll have the liver fricassee. I'll have the liver fricassee. Quickly took a couple of notes and his tiny notebook. I'll be back shortly. How is the situation in the Supreme Court? Let's just say busy. She moved herself on the chair to be more comfortable. First of all, congratulations with the vote of the Grand National Assembly. You are really brave, Mr. President, trying to go against Tarquin Sol's Member of Honor rights, huh? But now you face the Supreme Court, and it pains me to say that your proposal has a very low chance of getting through it. But you like the proposal? No, I don't like the proposal. So the current situation is clear. You need our wing to vote for you, otherwise all of your hard work will be in vain. I'm not going to deny that. That is the situation. That's a start. Started serving the food and refilled their glasses. He glanced at the plate of Valencial style liver fricassee. It looked and smelled like heaven. I was very hungry. Bon appetit. Thank you. It looks delicious. We bowed to us and quickly went downstairs. We wished each other a good meal as Isabel and Nia slowly started to eat. So, Miss Edmonds, are you still thinking the same about the old guard? Of course, nothing has changed. It doesn't mean I will accept any proposal the old guard pose. Yet we must do something. We also know that we need this change in our constitutions. What are your real intentions? We need a better democracy. That's all I'm striving for. We need a better democracy, that's all I'm striving for. For some reason, I doubt that, but let's say this proposal goes through. What will be your next move? To ensure the new processes are respected and executed in transparency. I see. Took another sip of her water and looked at me without saying anything. Please help us to achieve this victory. We have to be together in this. Can you explain to me one thing? How come you think the Supreme Court's right to vote on constitutional amendments is a major problem with such priority? I'm asking the President, Miss Morgana. The court has been stopping every constitutional change with amendments. The judiciary should not have legislative powers, Miss Evans. So that is your position. I see. I don't know what to say, Mr. President. These changes are one thing, but they also lead an alarming nature. I'm concerned about your heavy pursuit of capitalism. You are bringing Arcasia's influence into Swordland. We need Arcasia's support as a country. They can be an important ally. I don't agree with that. We are not their puppet. Were you not for Alfonso's free market reforms? Why are you suddenly against this? Denials usually don't go great. What's your story, anyway? She began her career as a judge. She was court by becoming a workers' woman. Anti-communist and socially conservative views. Weren't you for the free market reforms? Why are you suddenly against this? I find the growing Arcasian influence concerning. I supported the free market reforms earlier, but you can't afford to be reckless like Alfonso. If we were to come back to the point of unifying against the Old Guard, I want the Old Guard gone as much as you, but I am torn about this proposal. Don't be. We are together in this. This will open the way for further reforms too. Which you may not be so keen on. Please, Miss Evans, we need your help. There's not much to think. Oh, yes, there's not much to think. Let's go with the... Maybe don't be. We are together in this. This will be open the way for further reforms too. I'm also wondering, if you were in Sol's position, how would you have restructured the Supreme Court? What do you even believe is its role? It must have the power of judicial review and to strike down laws that are against the Constitution. Must have the power of judicial review and to strike down laws that are against the Constitution. So what do you think about the judicial review? It plays an essential role in ensuring that each branch of government recognizes the limits of its own power. Precisely. I'm glad that we agree on that. Why don't the finish the remaining area with salad? So, Miss Evans, what are you thinking? I want to help you, Miss Morgana, but... Well, I reluctantly have to say it. I'm really surprised that you're bringing turtle myths. That's one good point of the proposal. Not much else to say. We have decided then? Let's see. Miss Evans, I really hope you vote for the proposal. Stay silent. I can get behind this proposal. That's great to hear. I can get you the votes you need. I'll do my best to convince my group, but I can only speak for myself. So you're not sure if you can bring 3 votes? I'll speak with them. What else could you want me to do? Nothing but your support. So that I will give. It's great to hear that you will support this. Thank you. I see that we're all finished with our meals too. I think it's time to conclude this meeting. Thank you for inviting me here, Mr. President. Thank you for coming. Yes, I hope we can trust her. Yes, I hope we can trust her. We should maybe talk to Lucian about other options. We may try reaching out to Huron if you want. With a few minutes of thoughtful silence, we also got up from our seats and left the restaurant. It was a good start, but I was still uncertain if Isabel would be enough. Cadelia and Sir started driving me home. Okay. What's this one? Reach out to Justice Huron. Alright. Skyraxi, but we could try to convince him once again. The vote, after the initial rejection, we could bribe him, send Lucian or Nia to convince him to enter the negotiation table, or outright ignore the justice. Let's send Lucian. He may have been unwilling to speak to Nia because she's a woman. Lucian's report about Justice Garachi. Had a half-hour-long meeting with Justice Aaron Garachi, but failed to convince him to meet with the president. He also said that he did his best to persuade him to support the proposal, but didn't get any proper answers. Damn. Okay, well maybe we should have sent Nia. Announcement of the Supreme Court's decision. Oh. That was quick. Back at the office, I was eagerly waiting for the decision of the Supreme Court regarding our change to the Constitution. I stood up from my chair and looked out the window. Peter and Pascal were with me too. Peter was slouching on the couch on the right side of the office and staring at the ceiling. Pascal sat across from me. He was also eagerly waiting for the results. It had been tough on all of us, but now there was nothing left to do but wait for the justices to cast their vote. What do you think, Canton? Are we going to make history today? To be honest, I hope so. So you trust Isabel to bring the votes? I don't know, but we have to hope for the best. My real worry is Huron. I think we need his vote. But anyway, we'll learn about the vote soon. The session is already underway. What time is it? I looked at the tall case clock in the room. It was already 20 past 11. The course's voting session was scheduled to end in 10 minutes. We have about 10 minutes. Okay, we'll soon hear about the results then. But anyway, he rose from his slouch and stretched. I don't know if you noticed, but Kisaro has been getting popular in the assembly recently. My party's been supporting him on a lot of bills, some of which have already reached you. What do you think of this? I think he's a very dangerous man, Anton. We can't let him divide our party. I have no problem with bipartisan bills passing the assembly. I agree, we have to watch him closely. His party only holds 40 seats, Anton, yet he manages to pass bills. The man is trouble. Maybe we shouldn't allow our party to be so generous with what they support. Suddenly, Livia entered the room. In her hands was a large object wrapped in straw paper. Good day to you, Mr. President. Mr. Benoit, am I interrupting you? No, please come in. Is there a problem? The Chief Justices have sent you this. Show me the wrapped object. What is it? I don't know. A painting, maybe? I'll just bring it to you. She walked up to the table and gave it to me. I immediately started to remove the wrapping to reveal a framed photograph. It was an old black and white photograph of Tarkin Sol posing on a destroyed tank in Holstead Square. The building behind him had thousands of bullet holes on it, and the clearly readable slogan, "Victory is close," written on the walls. The date, 14 March 1929, was written in the corner with black marker. I turned to Livia. Did Orso say anything to you about this? No, but he's obviously trying to send you a message. Hi, Olivia. Noticing Peter on the couch, Olivia reddened slightly. She gave a small wave, which Peter returned. Mr. Vice President, I'll be leaving now. Vice President. This must be some kind of message. What is it? Victory will be close, huh? Orso's getting ahead of himself. Suddenly, Lucian rushed into the room. Mr. President, the vote has been concluded. Congratulations, sir. The constitutional changes are finalized with 6 justices voting for the proposal. Yeah! Yes! Says Peter Vector. Peter jumped up and down like a little kid. Yes, congratulations, everybody. This is a historic moment, Anton. We have changed the Sol's Constitution of 1929. I am without words. This is just the beginning. Hell yes it is. Peter approached to give me a hug. Hug him. You did well, Anton. Congratulations, sir. Today is a big day. You must also start preparing a speech to announce the changes, sir. Go ahead and reach out to the cabinet. We can celebrate this together over a meeting. Successfully among the Constitution. Except after the Supreme Court victory. Constitutional amendments require assembly. Immunity of honorary members removed. 2-term limit. Appointment of ministers required. The assembly. Yeah, all of this stuff. Okay. Presidential vetoes can be overruled. No, I think we'll... I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to initiate a vote, anything to go after him. The Constitution replaces several of the major sections, which are unchangeable, which many swords saw as an owing to its origins in the military rule. One of the key changes was taking the Supreme Court's vote on constitutional changes, allowing the Grand National Assembly of Swordland to make changes to the Constitution without the Supreme Court's approval. Trying for all Swordist people. Did not reflect the will of the people. Many USP supporters reacted with jubilation. Okay. Much awaited change is here. Okay. Alright, great. Cabinet meeting on the results of the vote. Lucian stood upright, holding a large folder of files under his arm. He bowed in acknowledgement. He looked exhausted. The cabinet has gathered in the White Room, sir. The Vice President will be opening the session soon. We can go in whenever you're ready. Thank you, Lucian. You look tired. How are you holding up? Anything you want to say before we go in? I only want to congratulate you again, sir. You wrote history. We couldn't have done it without you. Look, we should go, sir. Vice President Vector, blah, blah, blah. When we entered the room, Peter was speaking to the cabinet. The members who were already seated around the table. As soon as they noticed me, they all stood up. Good day, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen. Peter turned towards me. Everybody except him took their seats. He stood right next to my chair in the middle. And here's our president. He held out my chair for me to sit down and smile. Please. I sat down. What's on our agenda? We'll be discussing our current status and planning the remainder of our term. Peter walked to his seat but didn't sit down. He took a look at the ministers. Now that Mr. President is here, we can begin the meeting. I know that some of you had your concerns about our style of governance so far. There will be a time to speak up about these in the meeting today. But I must also thank you all for your hard work so far. Very lucky to have a team like this. All of you have been invaluable to this administration. Liz grimaced at his remarks. Having said that, we have reached a critical point of our term. We are nearing the end. We have successfully made the changes to the Swedish Constitution. This is a historic accomplishment. Without this team, it wouldn't have been possible. The new Constitution has brought us one step closer to the Swedish dream. We should be proud of having strengthened our democracy. The success with these changes has brought with it great support. Our party, which has divided at the beginning of our term, is finally coming together once more. So let's start the meeting with a brief look at some reports. According to the latest polls, people seem to be content with our administration. Public opinion has not changed much. I got a piece of paper from the stack and inspected it. The biggest factor of people's contentment is the state of our economy. We have stopped the recession. I must thank Mr. Hull for his great work. I'll give the words to the president now. Mr. Vice President, thank you for the opening. Thank you, Peter. First, I want to hear brief reports from each ministry. Mr. President, dear colleagues, pretty on point with summary of the current economic status. Recession has been brought under control. Display GDP growth of at least 2% this year. However, this is not yet reflected well with our debt situation. Our total national debt has increased by about 45 billion SR this year. If we maintain a deficit over the next few years, we'll face a massive debt crisis which could crash the economy. The Assembly is working on introducing new tax bills, which will generate more revenue for the government. These efforts will depend on the government deficit situation. On the other hand, unemployment has declined. Projections display that we have managed to cut it by 5% from 16 to 11. We have successfully put hundreds of thousands back to work. This is all great news. Are there any concerning developments? Well, I don't want to get into too much detail right now, but apart from that, I'll finish with an update on our latest project. The managers report that everything is going very well and very fast with Benfica Airport. I'll keep it brief for the sake of the whole meeting, and end my report on that note. Thank you, Mr. Hall. That's not a concern. I'll also keep it very brief. Our investments in Bergia have greatly increased our agricultural capacity. The investments also led to a decrease in homelessness and unemployment in rural Bergia. Finally, although it is not strictly my purview, I'll provide you all with a quick update on the situation with Gasm. The returns have come in from the shares that Suzerain recently sold. Unfortunately, we have turned only a low profit from the sale. That will be all. Thank you, Mr. Manger. Mr. President, our state facilities require immediate attention. We are experiencing long lines in front of hospitals everywhere. We are also currently investigating some reports of a small polio outbreak around the village of Haymere. I believe we can get into more details in our policy meeting soon. Thank you, Mr. Benewall. Ministry of Defense has a very important report regarding our situation with Rumberg. Showed that Rumberg was in fact weaponizing rebels against our state. We have learned that they have been aiding the Bluish rebels in Welland too. Our military must stand ready for any possible attack coming from Rumberg. We have gathered intelligence regarding their military research and production. They're building a massive army. Our military forces don't have the budget to prepare against such a force. We cannot let them threaten us like this. Of course, sir. Perla has agreed to begin the deal negotiations. We will be moving on with that very soon. I've greatly improved. Our ministries have scheduled many joint projects together. The region is very unstable with the incidents at Rumberg, Welland, and Haliand. Must be very cautious. We can talk in more details during our foreign policy meeting. Thank you. Our ministry is working day and night to improve our education system and increase its accessibility. We have since greatly improved the standards of our teachers. We have also accomplished a lot with our new curriculum. Our reforms will be greatly improving our output as a society. Mr. President, we have important equipment missing from several of our major police departments. We might need to implement some new measures soon. We'll provide you with a more detailed report at a later date. Unfortunately, Governor Braun is continuing his discriminatory policies against Bloods in the special zone. I'm afraid if this continues, we'll have a major problem on our hands. Okay. There's one more important thing to ask of you. I would like to transfer the gendarmerie under the Ministry of Interior to improve the internal security efforts. The Gendarmerie of the Republic of Sorlin is an armed law enforcement organization which maintains security, safety, and public order in the rural regions of Swordland. Ministry of Defense. I haven't heard of this before. I'm still working on the proposal and have legal backing for it. I was going to mention it later. The Ministry of Defense shouldn't be meddling with internal security affairs through the Gendarmerie. We had several incidents where they were too violent too quickly, and it stems from military officers giving reckless orders at times. I'm not so sure how this will help. The military is always a little too harsh. And it results in more unrest. Our police forces are trained to remain calm and suppress protests. Will you transfer the gendarmerie to the interior in the future? Oh gee, I have to commit to this like right now? Sure, we'll support you. Excellent. The Supreme Court has delayed the Ishwala Ersin case again indefinitely. Mr. Hawker and his cronies are adamant about protecting Governor Braun and the special zone. In this process, Mr. Ersin gained a lot of popularity and is now leading a peaceful protest movement against Governor Braun. Luckily, I've been working on the semi-autonomous zone project for Bergia, and I have an update on that. Apart from a few small details, the project is ready to be implemented. We'll soon be able to get rid of the current governor. I'll send the final documentation for you to sign soon, Mr. President. Great work as always, thank you. Of course. Next, I want to talk about our new focus and some of my plans going forward. Time to focus on changing our party as a whole. I will add a new vision to our manifesto. Will be our #1 priority until the end of our term. We will aim to boost it further. Sorrel needs to become an economic powerhouse. If there are no other comments, I want to talk about another plan. Now that we can, we'll start an investigation on Tarkin Sol. Let's just move on with the meeting. I believe that's everything. My own is packed up with the right broom. I followed suit and headed to my office. The last 2.5 years had gone by so fast. Some foolish people government reported that the certain groups within the protesting vandalized shops and public property and regional force to intervene. Suspected. Okay. Gang violence diminished. Reported that the local police forces have finally eliminated one of the biggest money-making schemes of the Coronelli. According to the report, over the last month, 40 mob members have been arrested, along with 3 high-ranking members of Coronelli. Address to the nation. Walked into my office. It was unusually crowded today. Cameras, lights, microphones were set up in place, and crews were standing by, ready to start filming. Are you ready, sir? Yes, let's do it. Good. I think the crew is ready. As soon as you take your seat, we can go live. Took my seat and rearranged my notes on the desk. As a crew member, powered my face with a cotton puff. After everybody was ready, the director gave the sign to start filming. I looked directly into the camera. My fellow swords, brothers and sisters. I am happy to have this opportunity to talk to you about the changes we have undertaken in Swordland. I am grateful to earn the honor of finally modifying the Constitution of Tarkin Sol. I'd like to speak about our future, about a great historic effort to give the words freedom, fairness, and hope new meaning and power. 2 years ago, I spoke to you of change, and we have accomplished that. I am proud of what our government has accomplished. We have finally brought fairness and balance to our once decrepit system. We have reached a turning point in Swordland's history. 2 years ago I spoke to you of change, and we have accomplished that. But in another sense, our change is the continuation of that which started 3 decades ago with the fall of monarchy. We need to remember where Swordland was 2 years ago. Those days are behind us now, and the change we brought has been real. Let's strike a note of continuity. We transformed a system that has caused endless confusion and resentment into one that is clear, simple, and fair for all. We made a constitution that no longer protects the rights of the select few elites. For the sake of fairness, simplicity, and growth, we had to radically change the structure of our government system. By now, I'm sure you will have one question on your minds. Will our reforms help you? Yes, they will. We see them as democratization of Swordland because they close loopholes that have been a privilege for you. With the received letters from thousands of you, I know how hungry you were for change. Make no mistake, together we can change Swordland forever. Henceforth, our government shall no longer be able to obstruct... Together we can change Swordland... Let's go with 2. New term limits will ensure that no single person can block change when it's most needed. We eliminated the Supreme Court's iron grip on our legislation. A new age is upon us. Let's go with 1. I will personally make sure that every change is respected and expected properly. Beyond this, we intend to strengthen democratic freedoms of every sort of citizen. We must thank the Supreme Court justices for supporting these much-needed changes. We did all this in a time of economic stress, and despite heavy protests, voices are raised saying that we had to look to our past for greatness and glory. We proved, and we will continue to prove them wrong. I promise you, we will not stop. It's time to renew our faith. The new changes in our systems have planted the seeds for untold future success. We are creating a nation once again vibrant, robust, and alive. However, next challenge, we will be focusing on Swordland's internal and external threats. With our reforms complete, our government will now focus on economic development of Swordland. Fellow citizens, let me assure you, our nation is poised for greatness. Today we must do what we know is right and do it with all our might. Save us, these were the golden years when Swordland democracy was born, when Swordland reached for her best. The revolutionary phrase, morning will come, victory is close. I am now glad to say that morning has finally come. The United Swordland Party will keep fighting for a stronger and more united Swordland. Future lies in the democratic movement of the West. The future is in our hands. For a Swordland vision that honors the family. For Swordland a vision that sees tomorrow's dreams in the learning and hard work we do today. In the learning and the hard work we do today. We have begun promisingly, but it's just the beginning. We're not here to congratulate ourselves on what we have done, but to challenge ourselves to finish what has not yet been done. And now Gorna Westcor, Vector and Sisda. Give a cut signal and camera stop. My speech was finished. I mean, the future lies in our hands. Okay. Agent Hailstone has revealed intelligence about a secret nuclear weapons program developed in Rugsburg. Our intelligence has verified the details relayed about a heavy water facility in the north of the kingdom and a ballistic missile test. Oh dear, okay. They're getting the bomb. Maybe we could tell Ato about it, and then that will make Ato come and save us? Revelations. Future is nuclear, yeah. Kingdom of Rumber. Queen demands repatriations. Reparations for 15-day war. Be paid for the so-called past atrocities that occurred during the 15-day war. Gendarmerie police issue. Failed raid investor. The Ministry of Defense and the Interior have put blame on each other. There will be a gathering soon to solve the dispute within security. Killed en route to interview. Hundreds killed in Highland. Oh. Queen Beatrice demands reparations for century-old alleged war crimes. Walker wins Arcasian election, stabilizing the entire city amid economic stagnation. Okay. Kinal's anti-piracy summit, united efforts combat rising piracy and maritime concerns. Okay. Departure of President's son from home. Alright, bye son. Have fun in the Soviet Union. The gloomy weather couldn't dampen my spirits. My constitutional reforms had passed in court. I had won. That wasn't the only cause for excitement in the Rayne household today. Frank was finally leaving home. My son piled the last of his bags next to the door. Serge and the assistant driver were waiting next to the car. Did you pack everything? Don't forget to give me a call immediately after you arrive. I will. I think I'm all packed. Monica helped him put his bags. Okay. Made you a snack lunch. I'll get it from the kitchen. She dashed down the hall. Frank and I turned to face each other in the doorway. So I guess this is it. I guess it is. Don't forget where you come from, son. How could I? I'm the president's son. I haven't forgotten what you told me about your university years. I hope going to a new country gives me a chance to prove myself the same way you did. Don't model your life on mine. You're your own man now, Frank. Alright, Dad. At that moment, Dina rushed to the door. Frank, I'm gonna miss you. I'll miss you too. Don't forget, you have to give Mom and Dad an extra hard time for both of us now. Dina nodded. Okay. Frank picked up his sister and gave her a big hug. Monica appeared in the door holding a paper bag. I cut the crust off your sandwich just the way you used to like. I'm not a kid anymore, Mom. Can't a mother pretend? Oh, Frank. She embraced him with tears in her eyes. Frank, like he was about to cry as well. Caught her glaring me at over his shoulder. I hope someday she would understand why I decided to send him away. Frank, you suck, and I told you the Soviets because you're dumb. Sayers approached. Sir, Frank needs to catch the next ship to United Continent. Sending him in a boat, not even on a plane. Which leaves from Conriat Port in 4 hours. We'll have to leave now to make it. Thank you, Serge. Turn around, took one last look at me. Make me proud. Let's see them grow and leave, isn't it? Home will feel a bit empty now. Isn't the only thing that won't be the same? Being exposed to a different culture, different beliefs, it changes a man. I think it will be a liberating experience for him. It's never easy for boys to live in the shadow of their fathers. It must be even harder when one's father is Anton Rayne. A great man like you casts a very long shadow. Not everyone thinks that. That's enough. Sure, well said. Changed a lot. Time to go. Frank waved his hand as he entered the car. They just started and they were on their way. Monica stood next to the door as they drove away. Her eyes were teary. There he goes. It already feels different. She put her head on my shoulder. I know. Stroke her hair. At least he has a father he can boast to his new friends about Anton the Great Reformer. Sounds good, doesn't it? Oh, personal wealth. Nice. Dispute with the interior. Okay. And Navy ships have steered dozens of Swordfish cargo ships out of their shipping lanes this week, leading to maritime safety organizations who change their sea routes. The new path the United Cortana cars is twice as long, but avoids potential contact with the Volgsland Navy. Okay. President Sun sent the UC. His masterful grasp of diplomacy, President Rayne selected to send his son Frank to study at the People's University of the United Continent. The Unsigned undoubtedly had a plethora of prestigious educational institutions to pick from, so the choice of United Continent could only be seen as an attempt to curry favor with the Eastern superpower. Sutherland is sure to reap the benefits of this wise decision. Well said, Sutherland, today. Hogslandian ships harassing the entire... We had no choice. It was a masterful choice of diplomacy, Sinaj. Okay. Discussion of the change of the law. Presidential salary increased. The Grand National Assembly has discussed and passed a new law increasing the yearly salaries of elected officials, including that of the President of Swordland. I like this recognition. How's the economy doing anyway? Okay, it's above the red line. That's good. Stable. Discussion on the changes to the law. Lucia and I sat in the office waiting for Peter. I was at my desk, and he was on the sofa, legs crossed. Mr. Hall and I have been working on several possible plans to boost the economy, as is our focus. He's currently compiling a very detailed report with suggested projects. I'll make sure you have a chance to see it soon. Looks like Mr. Vice President is late yet another time. I'm slightly concerned about Peter. He seems to have his mind occupied. He's been late to almost every meeting we've had recently. I've noticed it too. I need to talk to him in private sometime. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. It was Peter. He walked inside with files in both hands. Gentlemen. Welcome, Peter. Have a seat. Thank you. Placed the files on my table, took out several documents and organized them in front of me. Here's everything, just as you asked, our plans for our next reforms. You can use your presidential decrees to enact reforms now. We have enough political capital. I also brought a list of suggested reforms from our party. What are your thoughts, Anton? Let's go over the documents. Purge the general staff. Sutherland's history is riddled. You do not have sufficient decree powers. Okay. Relocation of teachers and doctors to rural areas, free prescription medicine, Supreme Council of Swordfish Radio and Television. With the rise of new media organizations, the new decree create a government agency, the SRSC, that would protect the independence of media or control it. Okay. Desalinization. Lower the retirement age? No. Allow private prisons. All prisons in Swordsland are run and funded by the Ministry of Interior. A decree could be passed to allow private companies to construct and operate prisons for profit while still adhering to the rules and guidelines of the Interior. Ready for my signature. Right to own and bear arms. Rural education institutes. Regions causing migrants for opportunities. Gender equality in education. Fair Trade and Competition Commission. Can establish a decree to push for fair market competition by protecting local industries. Capital punishment. Remove independence of the central bank. Remove religious symbols for public. Amnesty for all Sol-era political prisoners. Establish semi-autonomous zone in Bergia. Yes. Enact a value-added tax. Set to enact a 20% value-added tax. This tax addition targeting all sectors is a strategy to generate fresh tax revenues. Gives 2 government budget. Yeah, we need tax revenue. That taxes are good for all Sol-era political prisoners. Can we... Oh, you can't undo them. Ooh, it's permanent. Okay. Well, that's what we're doing. We're doing gender equality in education, establishing semi-autonomous zone in Bergia, and enacting a value-added tax. No? I mean, I can't undo it, so yes, I'm done. Could be the most major decision you've made today. Bergia gets to choose its own governor now. Let's hope whoever they elect doesn't steer them too far away from the central government. Nobody but you could have done something like this, Anton. This will eliminate all of your supporters who harbor even slightly nationalist sentiments. They will have to respect the new structure. You disapprove? Not at all, sir. I agree that raising the new tax revenues is important, but we have to understand the public reaction to new levy. A loss in public opinion is guaranteed as the consumers of the economy adjusts its change. Looks like either Miss Waldo or the First Lady had a huge influence on your other decisions. About time we went after equal rights for the ladies, only because all those women marches are starting to get annoying. Thanks, Peter. This will, however, anger a lot of conservatives. Let us not forget that the fact that the biggest bulk of our voters aren't socially liberal. This is a risky move right before the elections. Half the country is women, Lucian. Yes, but how many of them are actively involved in these demands for change? It is a mistake to make generalizations because of a vocal minority. But let's move on. Not everything is about vote solution. I understand, sir. We will respect your decisions, Anton. Then now that everything's settled, I should get to work. We'll catch up soon. We actually have 6 more minutes, but very well, let's call it here. Thank you both. Thank you, Lucian. Not Peter. Okay. Oh. Okay. Linker commerce all-time high. This activity on Linkirk has increased with new goods entering and exiting the port, with trucks traveling at the same distance as before. Faster speeds thanks to the new highway. People is primarily coming from Agnolia and the Nargis region of Swordland, who are buying properties and enjoying the cheaper seaside alternatives to Lakadan. That impact on every small businesses. Okay. Nationwide Business Council reports negative impact of that on spending. Autonomous Zone of Bergia is formed. Ishval Irvin becomes governor. Uh-huh. Dismissed from duty following regional election held in Bergia. Built in the appointment of Ishval Irvin. Unyielding face of adversity. This event has a notable shift towards local empowerment and self-governance. Trade talks with Prime Minister Lesbia. Law. Autonomous Zone of Bergia. Average women's rights, perfect. Reconciliation process. New initiative has been launched by the Swordage government and the British leaders to ease tensions and promote reconciliation between the two sides. Encourage dialogue to address the historical grievances of the British people and promote equal treatment under the law. Okay, good. See, now we only have unfair elections funding in there. Our legal system is becoming very just. Welfare, what's the situation with welfare? Gender equality and education, amazing. Look at all this green stuff under welfare. Don't mind these things. What's in the news? That boost for treasury, blow for public opinion. Amidst challenging times, while some public discontent has emerged over increased costs, the administration is working to demonstrate the measure's long-term advantages. Blue separatists win in Bergia. Reality, below. Such defism, assault only circle only adds to the sense of ease. Rayne shatters Swedish school tradition. Berger to receive regional autonomy. Okay. A necessary step for Swordland's future. While controversial, is a step that had to be taken. The critical move will bolster our treasury and stabilize our economy in these uncertain times. It's a small price to pay for Swordland's continued financial help. Thanks, Swordland, today. Autonomous Zone of Bergia. It's been officially formed, marking an important milestone. New structure Bergia will have increased decision-making powers, allowing for greater local empowerment within the broader Swordland administrative framework. It demonstrates commitment to democratic processes and the will of the Bluish community. And the Autonomous Zone of Bergia can now shape its own policies within the confines of national legislation. That, an assault on people's pockets. Okay. Encouraging embarking on the path of self-governance. In a shocking turn of events, the Soloist establishment approved the formation of the Autonomous Zone of Bergia, a highly popular campaign of the Bluish community. Bergia gains a measure of autonomy within the borders of Swordland ministerial structure, as well as democratic rights, right to elect its own regional government. It will not be able to operate without the approval of the cooperation of the Regional Assembly. Step towards local governance, allowing Bergia to shape its future and address unique needs of its residents. Okay. Rayne makes decree for gender equality. Finally made. Okay. Circling over Stallport. Alright, well, let's not keep the president waiting, or premier, or whatever, and have our trade talks with the prime minister. To move, the train had been in service for many years. It had 9 locomotives with special quarters and an office. As the name implied, it was painted bright maroon. Among camera flashes and cheers, we departed from the Hulsford Central train station. Our destination was Perla, the capital of Lesbia. The historic route we were using was also called the Southern Express. Passed through the Lesbian mountain range, through the lowlands, the short stop at the beautiful Suzerain, where Lesbian security forces joined us. Looking outside the window, the difference in wealth between Valgan and Suzerain was extraordinary. I heard her knock on the door, my office, and Simon entered. Mr. President, Simon, have a seat. Sat down on a chair in front of my desk. I wanted to give a quick chat about Prime Minister Alvarez and give you a heads up. There have been some rumors about his demeanor in public appearances. Go on. He is known to have met with other state leaders while intoxicated on various occasions. Some even call him an alcoholic. So... well, we're experienced with dealing with alcoholics. Is this something that could handle an effective trade deal? So this man can't handle his drink, is that it? That seems to be the case. He handed me a newspaper. The headline was Circling Over Stallport. This happens just yesterday. Apparently he was so drunk that he couldn't get off the plane on a diplomatic visit. After this incident, some say he's unfit to serve, but I don't believe that at all. Why is that? Although his presidency is riddled with these kinds of incidents, I've also heard that he is a shrewd man. Thank you for giving me a heads up. I am sure we will be fine, Mr. President. We're almost at Perla. I will return to my cabin now. Very well. Speaking of a drink, I'm going to go get a beverage. I'll be right back. I am back. Get rid of the BRB. Alright, where are we? We're almost at Perla. Okay. Yeah. Very well. Why did they... Oh, there we go. A few minutes later, with a long whistle, our train came to a stop. I waved at the crowd from the window. A crowd of reporters that walked over were pushed away by lesbian security guards. And we made our way to the car, and the convoy began a short trip to the Yellow House. The Yellow House was situated at the very center of Perla, in the middle of a circular park that was off limits to regular citizens. The park was full of roses on small patches. The convoy came to a stop, and I made my way to the entrance. The assistants directed me to a room to wait for the Prime Minister, Alvarez. Wait. After 10 minutes, there was still no sign of the Prime Minister. It was almost time for the meeting. My chair started to feel uncomfortable. I stood up and walked around to look at the various items in the room. A beautiful golden teapot. It piqued my interest. Inspect the teapot. I started inspecting the teapot. While I was touching it, the handle broke off. Well, I looked around. Thankfully, no one was in the room. Leave the broken handle next to the teapot. The door opened and Patricio Alvarez entered. Although I knew he was one of the youngest state leaders in the world, I was still surprised by how boyish he looked. At his age, he was leading one of the strongest countries in Eastern Rocopa. He was still holding his head like he had a headache, and he was stumbling. Upon seeing me, he immediately composed himself. We shook hands. He gestured towards the two couches, and we sat face to face. President Rayne, welcome to Perla. Good to have you here. I hear a lot about your success. And I hear a lot about your successes as well, Mr. Alvarez. I try, Mr. Rayne. I smell the strong odor of alcohol. Don't say anything. Let's begin then. So we are here for the trade deal. What was it about again? Can you remind me? We want to provide Swedish wheat in return for lesbian capital. Ah, yes, right. Sorry, I've just been very busy lately. You know, being a president makes you pretty busy. So I don't have any issues with this deal. I think it will contribute nicely to the relationship between Lesbia and Swordland. I will sign the executive order. I do, however, believe that we can do much more than just trade. We, and by we, I mean Ato, would like to see Swordland in her sphere. What do you think, Mr. Rayne? Why would you do that for Swordland? What is in it? What is in it for you? Prosperity in Eastern Mercopa, remedying old alliances, and most importantly, forming a defensive pact against United Contana. Let's just fist and slammed it on the coffee table. Those damn communists! We need to stop them before it's too late. Volksland, those barbarians, are preparing to invade Highland on false accusations. If Agnolia is first, Swordland will be next. I'll be frank, Eastern Marcopa's only way to survival is through Ato. And we need the support of one of the largest players in Eastern Marcopa, Swordland. The beautiful country of Swordland is the key to all of this. We need you, Mr. Rayne. We need Swordland. Are you with us? Will you defend our continent against the blight of communism? I can't decide without knowing what's in it for me. Can't decide without knowing what's in it for me. Is this angling for a bribe? Probably. I mean, we kind of need Ado to defend us from Rumburg. Down with the communist. I am willing to do whatever it takes to protect Swordland. Well said. First Hegel will fall, then Maleniev. I offer you an alliance. It will come with a special aid package from me. Together, we will shield the continents against Maleniev's evil. Not to mention that you'll have Arcasia's full backing, the most powerful ally you can have in this era. Except Swordland will be allied to Lesbia, +2 government budget. Yes. Perfect. Brilliant. You don't know how valuable you are, Mr. Rayne. You just saved your country from its demise. I will personally talk to Mr. Walker to let him know of this achievement. I went in for a hug. I could smell the alcohol on his breath. He looked at the clock. I'm afraid I have to leave now to attend on other matters. Thank you for your visit. Before I forget, you owe me a teapot. He smiled and left the room. I returned to Hulsford with the good news. Swordland Lesbia Pact. Swordиш government has officially signed a new economic deal and military pact with Lesbia, which brings the two economies closer together. That's a new period of close relationships between... okay, yeah. Alliance with Lesbia, trade with Lesbia. Wheat trade, free trade zone with Lesbia. Okay. Trade tariffs by Vogsland. Vogsland has imposed damaging tariffs on Swordland's most important traded goods, creating significant economic harm. The imposition of tariffs has had negative impact on Swordland's economy and the trade relationship between the two nations. Cautions against Swordland Lesbia strategic alliance. Private meeting with Peter Vector. It was a dark, chilly evening when Peter called and asked if we could meet. He gave no details. All he said was that it was important. I drove alone. This is where everything began. So I used a cigarette lighter to find my way. Every door had always been a pain to open. Coming, Peter pushed on the door with all his weight. It made a screeching sound as it opened. Surely nothing unfortunate will befall Frank. Yeah, surely not. He'll be fine. Without further ado, I bid you welcome to this grand nostalgia trip hosted by yours truly, Peter Vector. He made an exaggerated bow. The dust from the open door was settling down. Feeling sentimental yet? Miss it sometimes, even that damn door. Come over, remember this? I walked over to his old desk and pointed to the gramophone that had annoyed our neighbors and kept us company for so many nights. Peter flipped the switch, and it filled the room with swing music from the 20s. I'll be damned, it still works. Are you going to tell me why we're here? In a bit. He put his hand under the desk and brought a bottle out. He took a swig out of it and passed the bottle to me. No, thank you. Come on, Anton, I insist. I'd rather not. Fine. Peter snapped his fingers in the music while going through the items in the room. It looked virtually unchanged since election night. Come on, have a look around. See if it doesn't bring back memories. Check my old desk drawers. There's a photograph of me and Monica sitting under a tree. Must have been 10-15 years ago. We look so young and so happy. Monica would love to see this. Take the photograph. Look through the storage boxes. It was an emerald-colored statue of a goat, the symbol of Swordland. I remembered this was a gift from Brenda, one of the 53 election campaign assistants. It would look good on my desk in the palace. We'll take the statue. Go through the records next to the gramophone. We'll take the record. No, I'm good. Shrek took a very big gulp of a bottle and staggered to the side after. I know, Peter. I know you, Peter. What are you hiding? Nothing. Let's go up to the roof. The view was always amazing from there. We went up the stairs to the roof. The view was mesmerizing. The buildings of Horser twinkled below, while the stars shone bright in the sky. We sat and leaned back against the wall, taking it all in. Right as I was starting to get up, I heard a sobbing sound. I turned to see it was Peter and saw tears streaming down his cheeks. I've not yet seen a night sky beautiful enough to make Peter Vectron cry. I messed up, Anton. I messed up big time. Evelyn's leaving me. She wants a divorce. I'm not surprised. You two have always had rough patches. I'm not surprised. No, I guess you shouldn't be. I've been sleeping with Livia Suno. Gasp! I had a feeling about you two. I got careless. I know, I'm so sorry. It's just Evelyn hasn't been the same since she lost her job, and Olivia was giving me sultry looks from the day I hired her. You were away, I was drunk, one thing led to another. She's more than just a pretty girl, Anton. She's smart, kind. I think we're really connected. I like her too, but that doesn't mean I'd break my vows and risk a scandal for a bit of horizontal follow. I know. But we're ending things. I told her it's too unprofessional and I want Evelyn back. Well, maybe I can speak to Evelyn and plead your case. It's too late. There's still a chance this could get out. I need to talk to Lucian. Who else knows between me and the three of you? Nobody, I swear. There's desperation in Peter's voice. He took another drink. How many years have we known each other? How many scrapes have we gotten ourselves out for this? I can handle this myself. Just trust me. Don't bring anyone else into this. Turning to face my friend and vice president, the habits had gotten him dubbed the bad boy of Swedish politics. When we were young, we were no longer so charming coming from a middle-aged man. Yet he was still a capable politician, and I couldn't ignore our long history together. I will be blunt. We will fix this, or I will remove you from office. Ooh. I did make a promise to what's his face. You've done enough damage. I will handle it myself. Done enough damage. I was without a warning for his reaction. I left the rooftop alone, made my way downstairs. On my way out, I grabbed my belongings and took one last look back at the office. I'd been home, so many happy memories for sure. This visit had prematurely cured me of any nostalgia. As soon as I arrived home, I headed to my study and sat down and stared at the telephone. Call Lucian and tell him what happened. Yes, Mr. President. Told Lucian everything Peter had told me about himself, Evelyn, and Olivia. Thank you for calling me, Mr. President. This serves to confirm some suspicions of my own. We have to meet. Right now? Tomorrow morning in your office, early, before either of the two arrive. Don't bring this up with anyone else. I fear we may have more than a mere dalliance on our hands. The line dropped. I stared at the receiver, wondering what his last statement meant, what was going on that I didn't know about. I'm pretty sure what's-her-face, or my secretary, is a forward spy. I went to bed, but couldn't sleep at all. Swedish goat statue. Nice. All about the swag. What's going on in Dare? Governor Urson displays Terrace Doolin's age portrait in Dare. Kingdom of Riz. User expresses discontent over Southern Lesbia alliance. Well, too bad, Rizia. Maybe if Rumburg weren't so scary. Impose trade tariff. Logsland sanctions. Increase trade volume. Well, it doesn't seem to have mattered. Lockeven. I was warning about the government budget deficit, which occurred. I'm paying it down. We're at -1. This is the best the government deficit has been at since, like, forever. Involving Rumburg submarine erroneously targeting a cargo ship. Okay. It was early in the morning after my talk with Peter. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon. The Maroon Palace was empty, save for a few cleaning staff. Entered my office to find Lucian already waiting for me. Mr. Resident, thank you for meeting with me at this hour. I couldn't sleep anyway. Very well, I'm pleased that you chose to call me after our conversation with Mr. Vectorn last night. Although I was already aware of his illicit relationship with Miss Suno, I figured as much. You do know everything that goes on in the palace after all. Lucian smiled. On its own, given Mr. Vectorn's established reputation as something of a playboy, the affair is unlikely to cause much damage. However, a more troubling possibility has been brought to light. A recent conversation with Mr. Hailstone, our whistleblower from Rubberg, revealed the presence of a spy within the Maroon Palace. I believe Miss Suno is our Mel. She has been using her relationship with Mr. Vector to gather information. Tell me more. I can do better than that. I'll show you. Lucian reached into his coat pocket, pulled out an audio tape, and fed it into a reel-to-reel machine on my desk. This was recorded in the palace at 6:09 on the second day of your trade visit to Lesbia. Press play. I heard Peter and Lydia's voices. You're sure everybody's gone for the day? Relax, Liv. Nobody's working that hard with Anton off in Lesbia. Olivia giggled. I heard the sound of kissing, then of drinks being poured. I'm glad you stayed behind. Did he tell you what's going on over there? Do you think there's a chance they'll form an alliance? As a matter of fact, yes, he and Prime Minister Alvarez just sealed the deal. I think Anton is making the moves to isolate Rumburg step by step. In the meantime, I can think of another deal that needs sealing. Lucian grimaced and switched the tape off. Curiosity about foreign relations doesn't make one a spy. Perhaps, but why so much curiosity about these particular alliances, if not because they could strengthen us against Rumburg? And that's not all. I found her resume on file, and there's a year-long gap between her finishing secretarial school and beginning her career. Normally, this would have been looked into, but Misuno was hired before background checks could be completed by one Peter Vector. Mr. Gallade, I didn't realize you'd be in so early. Can I get you some coffee? Close the door, have a seat. Wait for Lucian to say something. Please have a seat, Miss Suno. Enough pretending, your secret is out. I am not sure what you're talking about. Livia, Lucian has evidence. And Peter was so nice to me that it's over now, nobody ever needs to know. That's not what the president means, Miss Suno. We're referring to you being an intelligence agent for Rumburg. Pardon me, Mr. Gallade, but are you feeling all right? He's fine. What do you have to say for yourself? Mr. President, I understand if you don't want me to keep my job, but why smear me with outlandish accusations? What were you doing in the year of 1951? With his face flushed. If you must know, I was working as a cigarette girl at Petro's. It's a Lackavin salon. I was saving up so I could afford my own place in Holsford. Use the proprietor's number if you need to double check. Why have you been asking me so many questions about what I do? To tell the truth, Mr. Rayne, I was hoping to run for office myself someday. I want to make a real difference in the world, like Miss Morgana or Miss Walda. But I guess I messed up by getting involved with Peter. Now they're all just going to say I slipped my way to the top. And you're questioning Peter about Swordland's potential alliances? I told you I... Wait, how do you know about that? There was a loud pounding on the door. Peter barged in without waiting for an answer. He was unshaven and wore the same clothes as the night before. I came as soon as I heard the three of you were in here. Anton, what the hell are you doing? I told you I had this under control. Sit down and shut up. Peter took a seat at the far end of the sofa. He looked over at Olivia, noticed her troubled expression. God, why involve her? This is my mess. She did nothing wrong. Well, there's a small chance she could be a spy. What? I have reason to believe she's been relaying information to Rumberg. Information that you leaked to her in your carelessness. Rewound the tape and played it again. His eyes widened in disbelief. Lucian, you rat bastard, you've been bugging my office. I'm sure there's an explanation for this. I had noticed that the Vice President's behavior becoming increasingly erratic and unprofessional over the past months. I wanted to get to the root of the cause. So you wiretapped your own goddamn colleague, and for what? Have you been getting enough this, you pervert? Certainly not. I believe that along with the Rumberg whistleblower's admission that there's a spy in the palace and certain gaps in Miss Suno's resume, this tape makes a compelling case to investigate the Secretary for Espionage. Whether or not the investigation yields positive results, Mr. Vectorn ought to be held accountable for his willingness to divulge such sensitive information. You have to stand trial or at the very least resign. If I may, Mr. President, I've been paying attention to what goes on in the palace, not because I'm some sort of agent, but out of genuine interest. Hard as that may be for you to believe, Mr. Gallade. Yeah. She scowled at Lucian, then turned back to me. And from what I've seen, this man has been attempting to undermine your vice president at every turn, perhaps with the goal of replacing Peter himself. Of course you'd say that. Peter's your lover. That's ridiculous. I would never make Lucian vice president. Nonsense. Lucian's been nothing but loyal. That's ridiculous. I would never make Lucian vice president. Nonsense. Lucian's been nothing but loyal. Well, to you it's true. You never could stand me. Lucian frowned. My personal misgivings about Mr. Vectorn aside, I would never do anything to harm this administration. Mr. Vectorn, on the other hand, has at best committed adultery and at worst delivered state secrets straight into enemy hands. Who could I believe? Lucian, can I speak to you alone for a moment? Honestly, I ought to fire you for surveilling Peter. Not investigating my own secretary, I won't play into my hands. You're the strategist here, not me. You make the call. I also want to get rid of Peter, and this is a good excuse. I already told you what we should do, sir. Investigate Miss Lucia. If she turns out, she does turn out to be a spy, and words gets out, I'd look like a fool. Do I have your permission to proceed with the investigation? Yes. Thank you. Let's show support, public support to terror. Okay. People are mad at Bloods being Bloods. Results of the affair scandal. Several days had passed since I ordered the investigation to my secretary. Both Peter and Livia had been acting unnaturally nice to me, believing I'd let them off the hook for their affair. They seemed to be avoiding each other in the hallways, though. I was just settling in behind my desk when Lucian knocked on my door. Sir, a moment of your time. Of course. Our security team traveled to Lacaven to speak to the owners of the pub, the Suzerain. They confirmed that Livia had worked there. Their description of her did not match that of your secretary. However, it did match that of an unidentified corpse that washed up in Lenkerg Bay 2 months before your inauguration. If that was Livia Suno, who's the woman working for me? Further investigation by Iron operators in Rumberg matched Miss Suno's description to a woman named Ilana Vance, last seen graduating from Krimsrad Political Sciences Institute. A whistleblower from recognized the name Vance as belonging to a deeply embedded covert agent, although he had previously assumed it was a man. How could we have missed all of this? As mentioned, Miss Thuno was hired without a background check. It's possible this all could have been avoided had any of Mr. Vector's blood flow been redirected to his brain when he selected her. But none of that can be helped. Now the question is, what are you going to do, sir? Arrest her for espionage, of course. What do you think I should do? The standard procedure would be to try Miss Suno for espionage. If we do so, it's only a matter of time before the media pieces together what happened. What if there were no trial? Then you'd, what, knowingly later return to Rumberg? That would damage us even further if the truth got out. You must remain in control of the narrative, Mr. President, starting by letting Peter Vector take the fall. My fault as much as his. I know his actions were problematic. Problematic is an understatement. Okay. No, I wouldn't. Alright. Peter will be your scapegoat. Alright. Peter will be your scapegoat. Thank you. I called Greiser from my desk and explained the situation. I rang for Olivia. She entered my office. Is this something you need, Mr. President? You tell me, Ilana. Please sit down. Another towards my office door. Carl Greiser was standing there with two of his guards blocking the entrance. Ilana Vance, you are under arrest on suspicion of espionage. Please come with me. Going to pay for your lies, Ilana? If you thought I wouldn't trust my closest advisor, you're the stupid one. You're going to pay for your lies, Ilana. Husband grabbed her arms and began dragging her out. No, you can't do this to me. Peter, hearing her cries, rushed out of his office. Liv, what the hell, Anton, what's going on? Her name's Ilana. Lucian was right about her. She's a spy. Except this, you're a sad old drunk and a lousy lay. Honestly, if I were a Rumberg spy, I'd barely have to do a thing. You two have Sutherland right for the taking. Kyle to lead her away. Peter sank to the floor in front of me. Anton, what the hell just happened? Come to my office? I'll tell you in my office. Feel free to take a moment first. Let's finally have this ordeal behind us. Let's get on with running the country, shall we? Actually, I have to tell you something. I want you to resign. Yes, your philandering put us all in danger. See tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, Anton. I was never cut out for this job. You did great. Sorlin's just not ready for a vice president like you yet. Don't patronize me. Some time before the news goes public, I suggest you get your affairs done. I get the message, but first... to new beginnings. He drained a third of the bottle in one long swig, then got to his feet and steadily made his way to the door. I knew this was for the best, but I hoped my friend would be alright. Okay. Office of the President of the Swordland. We're in... okay. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows as Lucian and I entered the room. Sat down, Lucian remained standing. I'm afraid I won't be able to join for your meetings today, sir. The business surrounding the Livia Suno affair is taking up all my time at the moment. I was hoping to go over the day's agenda with you before your cabinet ministers began arriving, but duty calls. Internal affairs was first on the long list of items. Lilius and Nia, along with their close staff, joined me around the table. No new secretary yet? I hope this means Miss Suno's replacement is getting an extremely thorough background check. Needless to say, such an egregious breach of security should be met with harsh consequences, but you know that already. Shall we begin? Yes, please do. Congratulate on the blutish thing for autonomy. Lilius grimaced at her remarks. After holding the local election, was elected as governor of the colonies, blah blah blah. This marks a new era for all Bergians. We've gotten reports of days-long post-election celebrations all across the region. And now they are building their own security force from scratch. My problem remains the same, if not worse. If they do not cooperate like Bronze forces, I'm afraid this consequence will be more deadly this time around. Now that the governor is done, this will hopefully prove to be a huge step toward Bluish rights in the region. Governor Harrison and the representatives of the Bluish Democratic Movement have sent you their best wishes, Mr. President. Please send them my regards. Of course. Something came in shortly afterwards. Mr. President, where's the Vice President today? That's confidential, Mr. Hall. Understood. Simon's expression remained unchanged as he sat down to face me. I just wanted to provide you with a few updates on the economy. You may have noticed that the government budget is in need of a boost. My ministry is therefore working on a bill that will increase the tax on tobacco products from 10 to 30%. The similar bill is being drafted to introduce a 20% tax on alcohol. In addition to bringing in needed revenue, the new laws will curb excessive drinking and smoking in Swordland. Very good. Those are nasty vices anyway. Yeah, very good. Those are nasty vices anyway. Ordinarily, I'd advise against this kind of thing, but with our budget dipping into the red, any measures that would reverse our deficit is worth considering. Thankfully, tourism to Swordland is on the rise, and we can expect to see a healthy stream of income there. Our investment in cultural preservation paid off, it seems. It's good news. Why would be tourism skyrocketing? Swordland is the best country in the world. Thanks for telling me. I never quite understood why anyone would want to vacation in Swordland when Lesbia is right there, but I suppose our country has a certain charm. There was a knock at the door. Gus Major strolled in and grabbed the seat. Mr. President, Simon, some excitement around the palace lately, I've heard. Don't worry about it, Gus. Focus on your job. I'm sure you're handling it very well. Anyway, you both know how revitalizing the Greeny region has always been my pet project of sorts. Well, thanks to the efforts of my ministry and the funding allocated by the president, Greeny is looking stable these days. Stable, that's it? It's far from the massive surge in economic growth that I had hoped to see, but I still believe the area has a wealth of untapped potential. If we seize every possible opportunity to invest in Greeny now, we could still see positive results within our term. Well, we're building the international airport. We'll look for further opportunities to invest in the region. I'm early, aren't I? Not to worry, Mr. Whiskey. We just wrapped things up. While we're both here, we may as well talk about the economic part of our recent alliance. Our new partnership is not without its consequences. As you may recall, almost immediately after we sealed our alliance with Lesbia, Volksland imposed strict tariffs on us in retaliation. The fallout won't impact our economy right away, but I do expect a significant hit before the end of the term. Fortunately, I believe any short-term economic harm impaired by these tariffs will be offset by the alliance's long-term benefits. I would have agreed to the alliance if I didn't believe that as well. I'm looking at the big picture. Fully expect our partnership with Lesbia to pay off. Arcasia has already taken notice and is planning on sending us a generous aid offer. They're clearly gauging our interest in joining ATO, which from a purely financial standpoint would be a great move. We'll leave you to your meeting, gentlemen. Regards, Mr. Beckner. Thank you, Simon. The Ministry was notified about the Rumburgian infiltrator. This is a very delicate situation, Anton. They sent us a sex spy. They'll have to answer that. I understand. Our relations with Rumburg were precarious enough before this. Please understand, the tensions between Swordland and Rumburg have not eased, quite the contrary. As you might imagine, our decision to grant asylum to the whistleblower, Mr. Hillstone, did not sit well with the Red Kingdom, and an incident such as this might serve as a tipping point. Place too much blame on Rumburg, and we may lose our chance at reconciliation. Right, the last thing we want is war on our hands, compromise in the name of some greater good, they explore petless lives. I'll leave it to you, Anton. I know you've got a lot on your plate. It's always a pleasure, David. A legal dispute regarding jurisdiction. High economic synergies between Gruni and Bergia. FC Enrica starts a new season with a flourish, easily matches fuel optimism. Blah blah blah, sports stuff. Occasion base in Polaris. Press release for the affair scandal. Lucian had helped break the news of my secretary's arrest. Now the media was beginning to question exactly how Rumberg agent had been able to infiltrate the Maroon Palace. It's time for me to deliver an explanation. Waited us on the court steps. Peter looked uncertain. I told him I would be doing all the talking today. Remember what we talked about, Mr. President? How could I forget? I was about to blame my best friend for a scandal that would otherwise shatter my administration. Peter hadn't said a word to me since I broke the news to him in my office. Together we stepped beside the podium. Reporters clustered around us and started shouting questions. Thank you for coming. As you were aware, Ludiosino, former secretary to the president of Swordland, is currently being tried for espionage. Rest assured, Rumberg will be... rest assured, a security breach of this magnitude shall never happen again. However, the fact remains that she should never have been allowed to infiltrate our administration in the first place. She should never have been allowed to access sensitive government information. That she did can be directly traced to the carelessness of one man, Peter Vectorn. She did so by exploiting the weakness of Vice President Peter Vectorn. Mr. Vectorn's recklessness, to say nothing of his betrayal of Swordfish values, has disgraced my administration. Oh jeez, these are both really harsh. Recklessness, to say nothing of this betrayal of Swordfish values, has disgraced my administration. Therefore, the Vice President shall be trialed. Therefore, Vice President has tendered his resignation, effective immediately. Shrink behind the podium, his charisma failing him at least. That's it then, no going back from this. The reporters were becoming hard to ignore. One woman in the front row looked particularly insistent. Mr. Vectorn! I will be answering all questions on the Vice President's behalf. President Rayne, were you implying that Mr. Vectorn and the covert agent posing as our secretary were engaged in intimate relations? Yes, and it wasn't the only such affair. Yes. Were you aware of this when it was happening? No. Neither the President nor the Vice President will be taking any more questions. Thank you. I guess I'll go to the palace and start packing my things then. Goodbye, Peter. We'll make it out of this unscathed. Of course, there's now the matter of replacing both your secretary and your Vice President. I have a few candidates in mind. Very good, sir. We walk back up the stairs to the courthouse to watch the rest of the trial. Okay. Rumberg infiltrated Manila. President Secretary arrested. President innocent in spy scandal. Figured itself in recent intelligence leak. We'll always could trust Swordland today to give the truth. President Secretary arrested for treason. Rayne's pins spy scandal, blame on Vectorn. Okay. Briefing on the women's rights situation. Door did not close behind her. Monica entered the room and stood next to Sarah. Mr. President. Anton, before we start, I just wanted to thank you for agreeing to this meeting. Okay. Could finally bring change to Swordland. First off, Mr. President, I wish to thank you for pushing the decree on establishing gender equality in education. With that said, we still have a long way to go before Swedish women are able to enjoy the same rights and privileges as men, or even their counterparts in Arcasia and United Contana. Seen enough revolution in this world, blah 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 blah. Money. In United Contana, law dictates that women earn the same wages as men in their respective fields. My research shows this led to a 15.5% increase in productivity. We could say that has a direct influence on their superpower status. Passed laws ensuring maternity leave rights, child daycare centers. They experienced a 12.6 productivity boost in a flourishing economy. Or infant mortality rates. Okay. Our administration has successfully managed to pull Swordland back from the brink of economic ruin. So I'm asking, why stop there? Why not improve our economy and modernize our society at the same time? It is only logical. Two of us talked it over, and these are the measures we believe most urgently needed. Criminalizing domestic violence, support for working mothers, equal treatment in the workforce. It's an easy one. We would also introduce quotas to get more women into positions of power. Knowing the pay gap is a far more pressing issue. I always thought that with more women in power, higher status of all women would naturally follow. Women are starving because they don't make a living wage. That's a damn sight more important than your friend Janice being passed over for a promotion. I don't see a problem with quotas, but tackling pay gap is more urgent. Monica Gritter, thank you, Mr. President. Criminalizing domestic violence. I agree, it's a travesty. I'm happy we're on the same page. High within Bluish. Surprised at you? We can't let women suffer under the patriarchy, no matter their ethnicity. We can discuss the particulars once the law has passed. It simply isn't fair that women in the workforce are punished for having children. Remember when I told you about Janice, my friend who, paid maternity leave in state-subsidized daycare centers could be a key to keeping mothers employed. Want to reward women, it's true, having children never hindered my career prospects. It shouldn't hinder a woman either. Exactly. Moving on. Maybe a good case for all these changes. It made a good case for all these changes. I want to establish a commission for women's rights in Swordland with me at its head. Our goal shall be passing and implementing a set of laws to solve the problems we just discussed. As a commission spokeswoman, my responsibility will be to make speeches and organize fundraisers. I will be the face of the movement while Sierra handles the groundwork. If I can show that the First Lady is behind the movement, many women will feel encouraged. Especially those who aren't keen on pantsuits. The organization's name will be Commission on the Status of Women. It will be damn hard getting your laws passed this. I know, but even a watered-down version would be better than nothing. One more thing to consider before making a decision. This could help silence any of the public's lingering questions regarding your former best players on it and the yes you know of where. Anton, I'm not completely naive. I know that we're proposing would have its downsides, but every time I look at our daughter, I think about how I would do anything to give her. Okay. Let's look seriously at scratching this. Who blinked and turned back to us. I will approve the creation of the commission and support your bill on the assembly. It's not over yet, Monica. The true battle is the assembly. We'll settle it once that's over with. See you at home. Okay. Selection of a new vice president. New secretary Sylvia took my hat and coat. She was a matronly woman in her 40s. She had a spotless background assisting various Maroon Palace officials. Replacing Olivia had been easy, but replacing my vice president would be difficult. Swedish law dictated that if a vice president failed to complete his term, new candidates were to be put forward by the members of the cabinet. After much deliberation, the list had been narrowed down to 3. Lucian Gallade, Gloria Torre, and Albin Calvin. It's up to me to decide who would fill Peter's shoes. I wanted to chat with them one-on-one before making my decision. Sir. You're one hell of a strategist, but why should I make you VP? It is precisely in my capacity as strategist that I have evaluated the experience and capabilities of your potential vice presidents. Objectively, I am by far the most qualified candidate. I would advise you not only to think about our long-term history together, but also the many crises I have helped shepherd you through. I won't say much beyond that. I believe my work speaks for itself. You're such a valuable strategist, I don't know if I can afford to lose you in that capacity. I expect you will make the right decision. Mr. President, I must say I was not surprised at all when my name was put forward. Why were you not surprised? One does expect a few things after spending many years in government. To put it simply, what I bring to the table is years of experience. While I spent 7 years as a speaker, this alone speaks for itself. As you know, I'm also a spokesperson of the party, as well as the leader of the Conservative wing. You can see what I'm getting at. Tell me, what are you getting at? Well, I will be blunt. Being the leader of the Conservative wing means that if I am vice president, we would have more votes. This would allow us to pass bills more easily, especially if those bills are aligned with my bloc's causes. I simply can't forget that you worked against our constitutional reforms, Miss Torre. I don't think we are aligned. I understand, but that is politics, Mr. President. Before outright refusing, I insist you at least think about it. Unifying the party instead of fracturing it would certainly be better for the future of the USP. I want you to know that I value order over everything else, Mr. President. Being the Speaker of the Assembly requires principles, nerves like steel, and determination to uphold proper conduct. You can expect to see the same of my Vice Presidency. You being a woman could also prove advantageous. Not just any woman, a strong woman who was able to protect order in a roomful of unruly men for 7 years. Think about the message it would send. The first woman Vice President of Swordland? No, the first woman Vice President in the whole continent. What sport you would lose among the traditionalists, you would gain tenfold among Swordish women. There is much to gain from selecting me, Mr. President. I believe you will make the right choice. That will be all for now. Thank you. Gloria made her way out. A minute later, there was another knock on the door. This time, Albin. Greetings, Mr. President. It's a great honor to have been chosen a candidate. Really terrific. I'll be straightforward. Why should I pick you? As you know, I represent the reformist wing of the party. What Swordland needs today is not only to catch up to our more modern neighbors, but to surpass them. I believe we can do that. No, I am sure. However, it will only be possible if we set aside our differences and unite as one. That is the outlook I wish to bring to the position of Vice President, so that Swordland can excel and soar to new heights. Didn't ask about your opinions. What can you provide me with? Very well. The fact is, if I am the Vice President, reformist members of our party will be more likely to support you and your causes. This will smooth the passage of bills and help move our administration and our country forward in a record time. That makes sense. And now, what this country needs is more dynamic, youthful leadership. Look at you, President Rayne. You become the youngest member of the Assembly and completely rejuvenated Soviet politics. I want to do the same. We need to be able to take risks and to make gains, and that is only possible with a forward-looking perspective. There, I've stated my case. I trust your judgment. Thank you. I will consider what you said. I'm back in my chair, thinking about the pros and cons of each of my vice presidential candidates. I could almost hear Peter's voice in my head, laughing at the absurdity of my situation. But of course, he wasn't there. I kind of want to go with Vice President Thatcher. Try to reconcile with the conservative wing of the party, since we're doing so many lefty things. Swedish League of Women donation. Well, let's donate to the Swedish League of Women. Goodbye, money. Rayne makes donation to Swedish League of Women. The policies follow. Vacant position of the Vice President. I just really like Lucian. I kind of want to go with Lucian. But I did think Gloria made a strong case. Anything but Thatcher? Let's go with Lucian. We'll do fine. Started the day at the palace. Lucian and I were on our way to our office. I was holding a mug of coffee in one hand, a folder of various documents in the other. As we turned the corner, Lucian spake. The Ashraf anniversary is coming up soon, the most important day for the Bluish populace. Watani Ashraf is one of their civils, as you know. Your presence at this event would show your desire for a more unified Swordland. We will reap the benefits if you decide to go, I am sure. You are right. I ran over the corner to reach the last corridor leading to my office. Lucian suddenly stopped in front of one of the doors. The plaque that once said Vice President Peter Vectorn had been removed. The door was halfway open, and I could see a few workers moving boxes around the room. One of them saw us, bowed his head, and changed the name tag on the door to Vice President Lucian Gallade. Another handyman dropped a heavy-looking box on the desk. A crunching sound was heard from within. Be careful with that. Mr. President, this move requires my personal attention. We shall discuss the Airshaf matter later. It's good to have you as my Vice President, Lucian. Lucian Glade raises to the task. While thinking that, honestly, we all saw this coming. The man was working alongside for years. He is somewhat a shadowy figure. He will be a much better vice president than Peter Vectorn. Oh, poor Peter. Mediation of a dispute in the gendarmerie. Alright, that the or it's a recent issue that arose between Soda's police forces and the gendarmerie units. It's hard not to guess what the meeting was going to be about. This is unacceptable. How dare the police meddle in the affairs of the gendarmerie? It was your men who started the ridiculousness meddled with an ongoing police investigation. Rural police security is my jurisdiction, and your men were way outside of Vessard. Mr. Lancy, Miss Graff, please remain calm. What is the problem? Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. Apologies, but Miss Graff here fails to understand her place. No, Mr. Lancy, you are the one who does not understand his place. If you continue to do so, you will pay for it one day. That's enough. Calm down, both of you. We will solve this. The issue has been in the back of my head for a long time, and now has caused real damage. Indeed, it has, all because of the exemplary behavior of your police. Elias, explain what happened. Joseph, let's hear your side of the story. The Lieutenant General of the Gendarmerie was tracking a drug trafficking ring in the countryside of Vessard. We immediately acted on it, and just when we were about to raid their hideout with live weapons, the police units arrived in the scene and alerted the criminals. As a result, the criminals got away. Isn't there a line of communication between you? There is, but the Ministry of Defense decided to avoid notifying the police department about the planned raid. The same could be said about you, because the reports show that you knew about the gang and their stash in the countryside. How do we solve this issue so that it never happens again? I think this was the last drop. Internal security matters should be handled to the Ministry of Interior completely. We are called the Ministry of Interior for a reason. We can't let any more screw-ups like this happen again. I went to the Gendarmerie I want the Gendarmerie to be transferred to the Ministry of the Interior. What? Woman, are you out of your mind? Joseph turned red with rage. He composed himself after a moment. Looking at it from the perspective of improving our internal security, I agree with Miss Graff. We would reap the benefits in the long run. Look, Mr. Gallade, I know you are new at this, and there's much that you are not briefed about, but Mr. Lancy, you are forgetting who I am. Ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. I won't hand over the gendarmerie to her. Out of the question. Do you have a better solution, Joseph? Whenever operations overlap, we should engage at a lower rank with the local officers on both sides. Could work on establishing that, but it still doesn't change the wrong system that exists now. I want to remind you about your promise, Mr. President. I remember it very well. remember it very well, don't worry. Enlighten us. What is going on here, Yosef? You set us up to create this incident. What proof do you have? There's no way that the police has arrived at the right time of the month. At the right time of a month-long search on the exact day and minute of the gendarmerie raid. This is conspiracy theory territory. It's very much a conspiracy theory. The kind of accusation is unheard of. It's nonsense. She is protesting a lot. Heed my word, Mr. President. When dealing with these situations, you need to always look at who gets what out of it. I won't stand idle by with these utterly ridiculous and baseless accusations. I don't have time for this. What is your decision? This prompted Tarkin's picker to replace the mayor at Holsford. I'm just reading their background. Gendarmerie will be transferred to the Ministry of the Interior. You're making a mistake. Thank you for being a man of your word. It was the right call to establish a modern interior for the security structure. From now on, work together and don't fight among each other. I want capable and effective members of cabinet. Bigger issues at hand that need attention, focus on them instead of each other. That's right, Miss Graff. I left the room and attended to my next scheduled meeting. Okay. League of Women expends thanks. Briefing on the current healthcare situation. Maple Farms, Mr. President. You put a mountains of paper on my desk and made a loud thud sound. I know this seems like a lot. Reviewing it shouldn't take more than a day. Measure the pile again, or maybe two. Very well. Thanks for bringing these in. No problem at all. They contain very important information about the status of healthcare, salaries, expenditures, hospital reports, whatever you like. We can go through this together. Okay, let's begin. But I don't want to bore you, so I'll quickly summarize. I breathed a sigh of release as he put on his reading glasses to look at the documents he was holding. So we have concluded our report for the year. Our services haven't necessarily gotten better compared to the last year's. We have missed several funding opportunities to expand our services in the country, leading to several issues being unsolved. Don't blame yourself, it was my decision. We're in this together, Mr. President. The Ministry is trying to improve the efficiency where possible, even in this situation, I assure you. As you can see, it hasn't been the best year for us at all. We'll do better next year, don't worry. That's what I'm trying to achieve. Now that I have given you the short summary, this is a very important matter to discuss. Took a look at the documents from his hand. It was a report on the Ministry of Health. Each page had a stamp on it that read, "For President's eyes only. Polio outbreak in Bergia. How bad is it?" For now, it seems to be under control. We have put a few villages under quarantine. Total number of infected is currently 1,467. If we have more outbreaks, the result will be terrible. We are not where we could have been in terms of our healthcare funding. What we currently have, I'm afraid it might not be enough to curb the infection ratio. This is a very serious matter, Mr. President. The lives of citizens at stake. What can we do about it? We have done our research. There is a cure. A vaccine was recently invented in United Contana, and the formula has been available for free across the world. And no matter what people think about United Contana, if the same thing happened in Arcasia, we would be paying a steep price for it. Unfortunately, because of the state of our current funding, we have neither the required materials nor the capability to produce the vaccine locally. Which means we have to buy it. It would be costly. Procure whatever you need immediately, -1 budget. You have once again proven that you are the right leader for Swordland in my eyes. Right away, Mr. President. This is a great first step, but I'm afraid simply having vaccines will help. We need to make sure they are administered. We need to implement a nationwide mandatory polio vaccine. With your orders, I can immediately get to work to ensure that we are doing whatever it takes. This might seem excessive, however, it's absolutely necessary. Whatever it takes to protect Swordland, do it. Excellent. Now, if you will excuse me, I must get to work immediately. Epidemic prevention measures. Epidemic prevented. Okay, what's in the news? Yark Trellis harnesses advanced energy solutions. Okay. Aito supports the Bergia Autonomous Zone in Swordland. Okay. My friends in Aito like what we're doing. Protests against gender equality in education. CSB condemns Bergia Special Autonomous Zone. Okay. Less smoke bill. The Assembly passes an amendment. Increase the tax revenue, reduce the excessive amount of tobacco consumption. 10% tax on tobacco packages will be increased to 30%. Yes. Time to smoke less. Smokes tax. Acted on this to increase taxes or to reduce public health concerns, or maybe both. It's definitely all about the health, and not at all about trying to balance the budget. Meeting with the family. This was quiet, too quiet, without Frank blasting his music. I entered the grand study and let the warm glow of the room envelop me. Monica was sitting by the fireplace with a very old-looking book in her hands. What are you reading? Oh, I didn't realize you were home. I took some books from the presidential library. This one in particular caught my eyes. She showed me the book she was holding. I didn't recognize the author, but the name definitely sounded Volgish. It's about the women's struggle in post-revolution Volksland and its breakaway states. Are you becoming a millennialist, dear? I'm surprised they keep any books from the Volgish Revolution. To be honest, I was surprised too. I was told it was Tarkin Sol who collected most of them. Quite unexpected, really. But anyway, is everything really going well at work? Especially after everything that happened with Peter? Peter who? I'll be honest, the palace does feel a little more uncomfortable and intimidating without him around. I wish it had all gone differently. Thanks to you, I was just about the only woman at the university he didn't go after, but I saw the way he was and how he continued to be. Truth is, that man has always had a bad influence on you. And I don't think he should be forgiven for what he did. I knew Peter had his problems, Monica, but he was my closest friend. I know, I'm sorry. I don't know, Anton. All of this seems to have put you under a massive amount of stress. I've also seen that more and more protests have been popping up around the country lately. I'm worried that things may get out of hand. There's no need for concern. People are just voicing their criticism. Maybe we can make some time for a little getaway. Can have a weekend retreat out to the countryside? What do you think? Just the two of us? Well, Frank's not around anymore. I'm sure Dina would love a sleepover with one of her friends, so why not? School report came in. Curiosity, that's my girl. That's my girl. I can't wait to hear about it. Well, school's close to the top of the class. I heard a mix of pride and disappointment in her voice. But you know I'd love you even if you got bad grades, right? That's great to hear. That's incredible, Dina. You've worked hard and it shows. I'm sure I would have been at the top if the boys at school weren't so annoying. Ever since they started letting the girls take science classes, they've been distracting us during exams, and the teachers don't even care. And then there's that stupid blonde boy, Marcus. He never even studies, but the teachers give him higher grades than everyone else. Don't call him stupid, baby. Who is this Marcus? I told you about him, Mommy. Marcus Clavin, the one who can't even do basic math, remember? Wait, did you just say Clavin? Yes, that's his last name. Interesting. Do you know him? I may know his father. He shouted at the teacher. He did what? I already told you. Yes, that's him all right. Forget I asked. Anyway, are you hungry? Great, I'm starving. Okay. Sport Ashraf Anniversary. Question to support and attend the Ashraf Anniversary event. Attend with an armed convoy. Attend to support. Solidarity for Watani Ashraf's anniversary. On our way to Israel, we stopped in Deir to meet with the new governor of Bergia, Ishval Ersin, and to escalate the implementation of the autonomous zone. He welcomed us with great sympathy and care and wished us the best for the event. After a few hours' drive, we finally arrived at the ancient walled city of Suzerain. The city had been particularly important to the Deluge people ever since the Ism incident and the death of Watani Eshel over 2 decades ago. Today, we were here to commemorate the anniversary of those events. The ceremonies were to be held in the aptly named Ism Square, and several blocks away from the Lake Sol and the sunken ruins of the village of Ism. We entered the historic center in the presidential Cadillo and gazed out its window at the city's buildings around. A convoy could barely fit through the narrow streets, disrupting local traffic and creating noisy chaos in the usually tranquil city. Pedestrians stared at us with concern as we and our security forces drove. Wait, but I chose the. That was my intention all along. As expected. We're almost there. I can hear the crowd. I heard the chants and shouting from outside. We soon leaned closer to the windows, listening to their voices. They're telling us to go back where we came from. Do not do anything. We were greeted by Mansum Leke. He wore a coat over his suit, which was marked with the red and turquoise stripes of the Bluish Movement flag. He moved forward to greet us. Welcome to Suzerain, Mr. President. Shake his hand. Mr. Leke. Mr. Gilead, welcome. Shall we move on to the sanctuary then? Let's go. Which stood at the end of the square, a much smaller replica of the Ark Sanctuary there. The ancient building was mystical aura emanating from its blackened walls. We entered the building through the ornamental large metal gates. As we walked, the noise of the crowd faded out. Everyone fell silent for the ceremony. Thousands of candles were burning, and inside the sanctuary, one of each person that died in Ism, a red candle in the center was for Watani Ashraf. It's definitely. We should probably just pick up a regular candle. The atmosphere outside had completely changed. Not a single noise came from the crowd. We slowly walked towards Ashraf's grave. On the way, hundreds of people joined us. Someone from the crowd shouted at me, breaking the silence. "Don't mock the dead, you racist dog! You are defiling that candle in your hands." Keep walking. And when we arrived, he pointed at the grave, a huge standing torch above the grave. Light the torch together with Mansum. I turned around and realized the sheer amount of people who were following us. They were all looking at me, waiting to hear what I would say. Free people of Bludia. Brothers and sisters? Let's go with free people of Bludia. We're here to mourn Watani Ashraf and many others who have lost their lives. They were brave men and women who only wanted to protect their land. I share your hatred and anger, I feel it too. I assure you, like a red-hot iron, it takes a long time for it to cool. But I want to look at the last lives. What would they want? I assure you, this administration, despite our attempts to divide us, our people will stand as one. We are sword, we are blood, we are all united under one flag. Pay no attention? Let me tell you one thing. I dream of a truly united Swordland, a country where being a blade or a sword does not matter. We are all the same before God. Remember the words, love thy brothers and thy sisters. Must always stay together in the face of adversity, against all odds. Well, my thought is there's nothing to gain from confronting him. Must always stay together in the face of adversity against all odds. I feel responsible and ashamed for the actions of my predecessors. Most of all, I feel the desperation to remove this black mark from our history. I need help from each and every one of you to make this country a better place for everyone. Or just thank you. On all our shoulders, because we don't have anyone but each other. Morning will come. Are you with me? Yolak Bluterat. I don't know what that means. But let's go with Yolak Bluterat. Thank you. Shake his hand. Thank you for this, Mr. President. I don't think the people of Suzerain will ever forget this. You'll have become the first and only president brave enough to come to Suzerain and pay respects to the Izan victims. I hope this will be the start of a new era. Thank you. So it's time to go. Hurry back to the convoy. Well done, sir. This will prove very useful in the upcoming elections. Exactly what I planned. Must have rushed. Not everything is about votes. It's not. We entered our vehicles and started making our way back towards Suzerain. Brotherhood of the People. President Rayne surprised the country with his attendance at the Anthrop anniversary. He joined the vigil alongside Wensunleke. The Swordland remembers Watani Sharaf, and he delivered a heartfelt speech that resonated among the crowd. We hope his words won't just stay as words. Long live Brotherhood of the People. Okay, well, the Radical liked us. What's this? Briefing on the current political situation. I walked to the White Room with a cup of coffee in my hand. The Vice President had scheduled a meeting on the current political situation. I opened the door and entered the room. Lucian immediately stood up. Good morning, sir. Good morning. I wanted to provide you with some quick updates on the current political situation, pull out a few documents from a briefcase and leave them on the table. Mr. Hall has reported to me that he has almost finished drafting his new plan for the economy. He said he wanted to solidify the plan before it is presented to you. He will schedule a meeting soon to go over all our options. I'll be expecting good ideas. Someone can pull it off, I'm sure. He has never failed us before. Close the folder and put away the documents. Moving on. Next, it's time to talk about our Election prospects. I've just received the results of our voter poll commissioned by Peter Vectorn shortly before his departure. To put it in plain language, it's not promising, bad even. The USP stands to lose up to 20% of the vote compared to 1953. We've still got time to win them over. Years into a very long time, Mr. President, but yes, we can definitely gain more votes if we think strategically. Fortunately, your new vice president, who happens to be an excellent strategist, I got Lucien. I got a horrible drinking buddy, though. Go on, Lucien. Looking at the demographics of the voters polled, their support among conservatives has plummeted. We can no longer count on their vote at all. The liberal base appears divided, but you do have a considerable number of supporters there. For better or for worse, you definitely aren't popular with nationalists. If you ever had any support from socialists, you've completely lost it now. You're set to have the highest share of the bluish vote of any Sorters president. You're even winning them away from the WPB. Lastly, we can't expect votes from centrist and unaffiliated voters unless we do something to win them over. So what do you suggest? You should smile about his head slightly. Thank you, Mr. President. The way this may sound like common sense, but a convincing enough campaign can succeed where policies fail, even if you've opted to not to focus on your campaign. At the moment, I still advise that you seize every chance of exposure you can. I'll take this down into account. Good. On another note, there's a not insignificant portion of the undecided voters who don't care who occupied the Maroon Palace as long as the economy is running smoothly. Propping up the economy just ahead of the election is a surefire way to win them over. Thanks for the advice. You should nod in acknowledgement. Our country seems to be stable so far. We should avoid further crisis if we want to come out of this term strong. There are some worrying news. The Lockerberg group is up to something. My informants have been talking about frequent meetings happening between the oligarchs. There's one last thing you should know about. I have reason to suspect that Lelius Graf will attempt to challenge you for USP leadership. How do you know? I've merely been keeping my ear to the ground as always. At any rate, if my suspicions are true, you will need as many allies within the party as possible. Please keep this close to your chest, sir. You know how much power Miss Graff wields in these halls. I will. Thank you for telling me. Of course, sir. That was everything on my end. Two of us make a good team, don't we? Why are there protests in Narble? Gunman opens fire during protests. After the incident, protests surrounded the police and 6 policemen were injured. Long lines waiting for polio vaccine in Dare. Polio disease is controlled inside the Berger region. Briefing on increasing unrest among populace. Arcasia offers military investment aid. Has extended a significant proposition to bolster Sordland's military industrial complex in Anrica. Aid package from Arcasia encompasses substantial financial assistance, logistical support, and expert guidance from their private military companies. This offer aligns with the industrial expansion plans outlined by Minister Hole and Manger, aiming to transform Swordland into a competitive hub for new industries. Seems like a no-brainer. Enrica is witnessing a steady growth in military industry thanks to Arcasian investments and guidance from private military companies. Foreign capital and expertise has significantly boosted the sector, position Enrica as a growing hub for military industrial output. Self-sufficiency in military production will help Swordland to deter regional rivals. That didn't give me any government budget? Searching to Arcasian aid fortifies Swordland's defense industry. Government imposed mandatory vaccine. 13 dead in Morna attack. Bomb threat in Benfey protests. Narval bloodbath. Government buys polio vaccine from Kairut. Bolstering Swordland's military industry. Decisive action to stop polio on its track. Means of change. Okay. This entered the office and took a seat. She was frowning intensely. She didn't talk at first, just fixed me with a steady gaze. When she did speak up, it was in strained tones. Mr. President, we have a problem. Go on. This just came in here. Take a look at the report. I took the document from her hands and started reading it. The report was titled Prospects and Protests in Major Cities. After reading the title, Lewis gave me a grim nod of confirmation. Protests have been erupting all over Swordland. They're protesting you, Mr. President. They're asking for your resignation. Can't say this is unexpected. What is unexpected, however, is the sheer size of the protests and the level of violence. Several people have already been killed. Let tensions rise to those levels again. We'll need to handle these protests. Change doesn't come easy. There's always a cost. Yes, and it's your duty to keep that low cost low as possible. He will tell us all he knows. Just then, there was a loud knock at the door. Carl came in without waiting for an answer. He was clearly out of breath. Ah, there he is. He saluted me. Salute him back. Carl, I already informed you, the president, of the situation. Do you have any updates? As you know, protests have been organized in major cities, Hulsard, Lackavendare, and many more. Thankfully, demonstrations have been successfully suppressed for the time being. Well, I do believe we would have had an easier time dealing with them if we had additional riot gear. 2 civilians and 2 policemen were killed due to a firebomb thrown by the protesters. For that small incident, the situation is mostly under control. Among the detainees, we have found Red Youth members and BFF members. The main rhetoric they all share is that they are demanding the president's resignation. If citizens are unhappy, then we should at least hear what they have to say. We have investigated the various groups involved in the protests and compiled a list of their complaints. We'll go through it. He pulled out a document from the folder he was carrying. The majority of the protests are about the state of the economy. Thanks to the media, we are under fire for showing support at the Arshraf anniversary. In addition, there are many provocateurs that are not tied to any specific organization or cause. The protests get even more violent than they already are. We're risking a civil war. Oh, got another Chivo. Cause a civil unrest in Swordland. Your orders, Mr. President? Catch the ringleaders and support their sabotage their plans. I can't fight against my own people. Set up a meeting with their spokesperson. I'll listen to their demands. Good luck. Nationwide revolt. But things are going so well. The Great Descent. It's mostly the heightened need for security due to the ongoing unrest. Fortify public safety measures. Discretion to use force as deemed necessary to uphold law and order. Authorize suspicion-based arrests and confiscation without prerequisite. Oh, now I have to sign it or not sign it. Fortify public safety measures. Takes by law enforcement response to potential threats. No, I'm not going to infringe on civil liberties like this. Across country, fueled by low public opinion and growing discontent with the government's handling of the nation, to significant decrease in stability, with violent clashes between protests and security forces threatening to spoil stability will be recovered. What is a comet? Is this an EU4 reference? Stability will be recovered. Industrial expansion. I've prepared a massive industrial expansion plan that could support several key industries in the country through state investments. Swordlands could become a much more competitive hub for new industries with this initiative. Expand the agricultural industry, expand the automotive industry, expand the electronics industry. Gee, I don't know. I really have no idea which of these I would want to do. Let's do electronics. Electronics industry boom in Gelsford. Electronics industry expansion program. Okay, what's in the news? Electronics powerhouse, Gelsford lights up Swordland's future. Investments to electronics. Okay. Continue. Checkmate. Uh-oh. Complete chapter 3. Victim of changes. Uh-oh. I see win Swordish National League. Okay. Agnolian forces and the locals of Heliand, resulting in massacring of ethnic flags. Uh-huh. Women's Liberation Act, Fiscal Review, reveals Treasury. Conducted terms fiscal review. Oh my god, more deficit? Leave the deficit to future administration? Absorb the large deficit, I guess. We'll come up with the money somehow. Status of women. I will sign the bill. Oh, it costs me even more. No. The budget. Why does everything cost money and there's so little money to be made? Still sign this stupid bill. Excellent women's rights. Well, we've got excellent women's rights. Last minute women's rights meeting. I took a pot out of the fridge. It was filled with an unidentifiable, grayish-looking stew. Evidently, Monica's excellent cooking had been the first casualty of her political career. Reheat the stew. Order a pizza. Let's order a pizza. Frank's voice was on the other end. Oh, I thought Mom would pick up. Well, she's off to her... Your mother works harder than I do these days. Sorry, you're stuck with your old man. Didn't mean it that way, I just figured you'd be working. There's a long silence. I got that record you sent me, not bad for old folks music. Glad you liked it. How's Uncle Peter doing? I haven't heard from him since the press conference. Some of the profs here were hoping you'd hire a new VP who'd push you closer to millennialism. No, it would have been too risky. Have the equality lunatics gotten to your head? Picking up any useful ideas over there? So how do you find the land of socialism? I mean, they're obviously doing something right, but I guess you don't feel the same way since you made the deal with Lesbia. You never paid attention to my politics back at home? Yeah, well, people change. My head's been stuffed with Swordish propaganda since the day I was born. Right now I feel like I'm thinking clearly for the first time. Just be careful, Frank. I don't want you to get brainwashed there. Good catching up with you, Frank. Yeah, okay. Bye, Dad. We will hang up. Oh. Ooh, beacon of success. Debt crisis. Trade tariffs imposed. Oh dear. Excellent women's rights. Great. Banff International Airport. Tourism industry heavily declining. Oh no. Debt crisis. Trade tariffs imposed. Improved transportation links. Oh, that's good. Community boost bastion of success. Police overwhelmed in remote cities. Content Security Pact. Okay. Please retaliation. International airports open. Low investment synergy reported. Between investments across the sectors remain limited, with misaligned and coordinated strategic resulting suboptimal outcomes and slow economic progress. High wine exports to Rizia. Record number of female students. Instability severely affects tourism industry. Trade tariffs disrupt port and marine commerce. The crisis shocks the economy. Soldier's debt debacle. Dear. Rayne refuses Security Act law. Let's try to obstruct administration. Election campaign ramps up across Swordland. Former VP steps back from public life. Causes credit downgrade. Swordland's credit rating downgraded. An urgent call for economic reforms. Harsh security proposal vetoed. Swordland's debt crash sends shockwaves across international markets. Oh dear. Debts can be paid. I didn't have any options. Children for the Future Act. No. No, I can't spend any money. Human dignity bill. Oh no. It's going to cost me more money, isn't it? It's been presented to Revised Amendment Section 3. Previously permitted transactions involving non-registered businesses to other entities, including individuals, to be legalized at proper loophole inadvertently created by which allowed for the unregulated continuation of prostitution. An illegal activity, regardless of whether it occurs within a registered or non-registered entity, thereby reinforcing our dedication to preserving societal decency and moral standards. Both depending on the nature or frequency of the offense. Maybe the conservatives would like this, and it will give us some votes. No, we are going to veto it. Protect sort of sex workers. No future for Sword's children. Okay. Discussion on current internal affairs. Victim account was brewing inside my office. Sir, I know I want to establish talks with them, but these people do not understand diplomacy. Our men did their best to show restraint, but 6 officers were killed yesterday in Benpi. These are not innocent citizens anymore, Mr. President. They are killers. And so one of our boys had a reaction. I won't defend his action, but we'll not let him be thrown under the bus either. Hundreds of protesters surrounded them, sir. There was a risk of lynching. And he used it. How many are we talking about, Carl? 38, sir, and 21 wounded. Still dwell on this too much. We can't reverse time. Yes, sir. There's no excuse for it, sir, but I'll make sure nothing like this happens ever again. Good. Then get to work on this. We need to clean up this mess. Master of Crisis, trigger 4 late game crises. Oh boy, unruly generals. Economy is in danger. Rumberg plane warned inside airspace. It's kind of looking like it. Alcohol Tax Act. +1. That's it? But yes, tax alcohol. I need money. What's fair luxury tax? Yep, give me money. Okay. Yeah, economy's gone bad. Alcohol consumption reduce. That'll certainly help our popularity. Luxury is now taxable. Protesters' response to diplomacy. 6 officers killed in action. D-. Historic moment for Swedish women is Liberation Act signed. What's in the geopolitics? Fun political youth group. Funding a political youth group has arisen. We can potentially expand our ideological reach and bolster our election efforts. The presidency would discreetly allocate substantial government funds to the youth wing, integrating them into the state as part of our essential institutions. In exchange for their loyalty and support. I just got money back. But I kind of need their support in order to not die. Yeah, we'll do with that, but we don't need smelly youth protesters. Emergency call on an escalating situation. Restaurant table. Must remain at peace in Swordland and Eastern Maricopa at all costs. What do you expect us to do? Sit around and do nothing? They are testing us. We must respond immediately to what exactly? Approximately 20 minutes ago, downed one of our planes with anti-aircraft fire from the ground. The pilot was declared KIA. Last recorded position of the plane was inside source airspace. Here are the locations of the map and the reports from the airbase. Your question, yes, we are absolutely sure. You can see here on the map that the plane was down approximately 10 kilometers inside our borders. We have calculated the trajectory of the gunfire, and they started firing when our plane was within our border. The plane was down near Halgan. We need to be cautious. A war with Rumberg is the last thing we want right now. We should attack and down one of their planes in retaliation, otherwise it will look like we will look weak and will lead to more casualties. We can't look weak. If we appear weak, they'll jump on the opportunity. We must order a military retaliation immediately. I agree with the General. Mr. President, our army is ready to do whatever it takes to protect Swordland. Gentlemen, before it comes to that point, we can prevent further bloodshed by using diplomacy. Start the Swordfish war machine and prepare to invade Rumberg. Pay for their crimes. An eye for an eye. We will approach this diplomatically. Try to de-escalate the situation by any means. No one wants war. With Mr. Whiskey's capabilities, I'm sure that we will de-escalate the situation successfully. We'll keep you updated on our progress. We should have retaliated. I hope the diplomatic response makes sure that future incidents like this are prevented. If there is a next time, I'm afraid that it will be war. Can't retaliate after such an attack. What will become of our country in the future? I think we should hold a military parade to display our strength. I mean, with Mr. Lancy on this one, this could work well as a deterrent and will come in handy as a tool to de-escalate this situation. That is a good idea. Simple and effective without causing any ruckus. Fine. Couldn't sleep at all that night. Ruler's plane slot down. Urgent meeting on potential alliances. In White, it's been serious. He insisted on waiting for Yosef and Lucian, so we did. Mr. Whiskey, what is going on? Due to the potential ramification, I wanted everyone to be present for this meeting. We received an envoy from Arcasia. They're requesting a state visit. Judging from the current climate, it's not hard to see what this is about. Ato is always trying to expand its influence, after all. They will most likely try to convince us to join. In addition, as part of the state visit, Dwight Walker will, of course, meet with you in person, Mr. President. There's something we could gain from this state visit. With all due respect, are you out of your mind? Mr. Lancy. Let him continue. This is madness. We cannot even consider accepting this. I bet he will come asking for cooperation under the guise of enforcing their demands to join ATO. This will antagonize half of the world against us, and we are going to be at the forefront of the battle. If you are approaching this from the perspective of national defense, then don't. We are in better shape than we ever were before. I assure you we don't need any outside help. Definitely not from Dwight Walker. We'll make do somehow. Let's see what he wants first. I will decide when I talk to him. We need to be careful. Mr. Walker never gives anything for free. There will be some concessions for sure. Mr. Whiskey, you are the most experienced foreign policy expert. What's your take on this? What do you think is the right action? The world tension is increasing rapidly, Mr. President. I am worried about the future. One misstep and the whole world might be engulfed in chaos. I am afraid it might not be possible to stay neutral in this case. Our geopolitical position is simply too important. Soon we will have to take a side. If we don't pick a side, we may end up right in the middle of a potential conflict. I am of the opinion this is an opportunity that we cannot miss. It all boils down to your choices, but I have to say we should at least listen to what Dwight Walker has to say. Lucian, what do you think? We heard our experts, sir. You're the one who has to decide. Very well, accept their offer. How should we welcome their delegation, sir? A military welcome is in order, and they need to see our might. Limited security powers. State visit of President Walker. Totally not Nixon. City of prominent Romish industrial family. Head of the Atto came out of the car, smiling, waving at the enormous crowd that gathered. It was not every day an Archesian prison came to visit Sutherland after all. Next to the marine carpet to the palace, Swordist troops were lined up, flew overhead, painting the sky with colors of the Swordist flag. As soon as President Walker stepped on the carpet, all the soldiers performed a hard salute. Celebratory gunshots were fired. Trumpets started playing a Swordist march. I was reaching the distance of the most powerful man in the world. Looked at Monica first, bowed, kissed her hand for a second longer than I liked. Suzerain, you told me you'd get to meet with your lovely wife. I would have come sooner. I'm charmed, Miss Rayne. Oh, thank you, Mr. Walker. It's a pleasure to meet with you. No. Pleasure is all mine, Miss Rayne. I hope your wife and the family is well. They are well, very well, Miss Rayne. Thank you. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it here today. And who do we have here? Mr. President, it's good to finally meet you. We shook hands. It's really good to see you, Mr. President. Welcome to Swordland. Thank you. On the way to the entrance, we stopped in front of the General Vulcan, who is in charge of the troops. General? President Walker saluted Vulcan and the soldiers. They saluted back. As soon as our inspection finished, we entered the palace. Mr. President, one would think you are prepared to go to war with me instead. He laughed. Laugh. Walking towards the reception hall in the palace, our path was cleared of people at once. He was simply looking around at the extraordinary interior design of the Marine Palace. Statues, paintings, and various ornaments filled both sides of the corridor. He passed the corridor and entered the reception hall. The crowd inside was composed of various politicians and state figures. Upon our entry, they started clapping. Dry martinis were handed to both of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll present to you President Walker. Let's give us a warm welcome to our guest of honor. The other songs around, the jazz band started playing. President Walker approached us about before my wife. Miss Rayne, can I call you Monica? He looked over at me before smiling at him. Yes, of course, if I can call you Dwight. They started dancing. It's my third martini when I heard a whistle. I turned and saw Monica dancing very closely to President Walker. All eyes in the room were on them. Monica's waist. Interject and dance with Monica myself. President Walker, why don't we have a chat somewhere quiet? Corner office with not much inside other than a table and comfortable chairs. Take one of the cigars. Heard you got into a scandal, something about a secretary? Truly unfortunate chain of events. Indeed. He grinned. Relax, it's just a scandal. I'm no reporter. I just made it out alive a bad one myself. Oof, it was a rough one too. You get used to it. A couple of people in prison, a couple of people silenced. You know the drill. Cheers to your survival then, Mr. Rayne. We clinked glasses and took a sip. This is a really good one. Very smoky. I like it. You ever had a Burglary Maroon before? Definitely miles better than Vogslandian whiskey, but I like lesbian whiskey more. It pairs better with their cigars. You see, Mr. Rayne, whiskeys are a little bit like countries. Some are stronger, some are weaker, some are older, some are younger. Many are complex, but sometimes simple is best. I personally like stronger whiskeys in general. That's why I like this one. Yes, it's definitely promising. But whatever you drink in the end, it all boils down to your own taste. And I assure you, Mr. Rayne, my sense of taste is very refined. What type of whiskey do you like? I'm good with whatever is made here in Swordland. A fine answer, but a bit restricted, I would say. He tugged on his tie to loosen a little. You know why I'm here. I want to make you an offer. I'm listening. Good. Listen closely. Times are changing, so is the balance of the world. Soon, instead of a fractured world, we'll see a more united world. There's us, Ato, against them. I want you by our side, the winning side. I think there is much more we can achieve together, and you have shown me the proof. A friend of Lesbia is our friend as well. If you accept, I would like to extend you a warm welcome to NATO as a full Ato, sorry, not NATO, Ato, as a full member of state. This, of course, comes along with a lot of privileges and responsibilities. In Ato, we protect each other. We have a mutual defense clause in the case of war. Join us, Mr. Rayne, and you will have the entire backing of Ato, soldiers, jet fighters, warships, whatever you like. During peacetime, you will see the effect even more. Our combined production output will benefit both Swordland and Ato. We will have a free trade zone agreements, free visa access, investments, you name it. All I ask in return is mutual loyalty to one another in the pact. The Swordlish Armed Forces will be a member of Ato. Military structure, all branches, be it air, navy, army, will collaborate with the Alliance network. We will provide assistance and training for free. Our armies will learn how to fight together and be stronger than ever in the face of the millennious threat. Let's make history here, tonight. What do you say? I say aye, Mr. Walker. Join Ato. Is that all you're asking for? I was expecting more demands. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer. Like, just accept the freaking Ato and get Rumberg off our backs. Yeah, well, screw them. If they don't like it, then if they do something about it, Ato will come and bail me out, surely, right? Is that all you're asking for? I was expecting more demands. But why, Mr. Rayne? In my mind, we were already aligned. You will get cooed. Very well, I accept. Join Ato. Okay, it's starting to get better. Let's see if we get cooed. Let's see, what's this Achivo for? United Against Communism. Join the Arcasian Treaty Organization. Oh boy, look at all of this. Military ATO officers engage in close partnership with Swedish generals, diligently exchanging and imparting contemporary strategies. Adequately equipped military, modernized air force, unruly general. Investment from Arcasia. ATO member. Foreign energy manipulation. Arcasian influence. Fluctuating energy prices. Okay. Announce that Swordland's ATO membership. Swordland joins the ATO. Okay. Dirdia condemns Swordland's ATO membership. It'll Alliance enlarges with the inclusion of Swordland. ATO military support. Strategic Alliance member. Call with Evelyn Vector. At midnight, I was in the living room watching the tail end of a news report when I heard the phone ring. Walked over to the phone, wondering who could call me. I picked it up. Hello, who is this? I heard a soft voice on the other end. Hello, Anton? This is Evelyn. Sorry for calling so late. Something wrong? Yes, no, I don't know, actually. Alright, let's talk. The thing is, I was supposed to meet with Peter today to hand in the signed divorce papers, but he didn't come to our designated meeting point. I figured he might have been too drunk to remember. I went to the apartment he's been renting, and he wasn't there either. I asked around the landlord, neighbors, his friends. No one knows where he is. Trust me, Anton, I couldn't be more excited to be rid of this man, but I can't close off this chapter of my life without his cooperation. I'm sure he'll turn up. I don't know, Anton. He was in bad shape after your press conference. Can you get your police contracts to look into this, just to be on the safe side? Alright, if it'll give you peace of mind, I will. Thanks, Anton. That'll be great. I knew, by the way, about... sorry about what happened between you two. Thanks, I guess. Get some sleep, Evelyn. Who was that? Is everything alright? Who's Evelyn? Missing. Drowning his sword. It was a wager. I'm surprised she still cares about him. She was a good influence on him. For a while. Call Carl, ask him about Peter. Sorry for calling this late. Not a problem, sir. I only sleep for 3 15-minute intervals per night. I need you to find someone, as you wish. Faint rustling is notepad being opened. Who do you want found, sir? Peter Vector, the ex-vice president. As a command, I'll report the findings shortly. Thank you for your help, as always. Have a good night. And the phone rang. I picked up Carl. The phone was Carl. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Carl. This isn't easy for me to say. I have some unfortunate news regarding Mr. Vector. His wedding ring, a half-empty bottle of pills, and a handwritten note were found on a bridge overlooking the Younger River. We surmise that he took his own life. What did the note say? He wished it to be read by Evelyn alone, sir. Would you like me to break the news, Miss Victor, or should I? I'll tell Evelyn. Thanks again for your help. Of course, sir. Former Vice President's suicide confirmed. Livia Suno has not been seen since the scandal broke. Peter Vector commits suicide. Yeah. Not being able to reach the Holsford Police Department. Tolerance his services to the nation with a safe funeral or arrange a regular one. Yeah, it's gonna be a regular funeral. Yeah, sounds expensive. Also very political. Looked numb and empty. Dina appeared to be deep in thought. But how did Uncle Peter die? Why won't anyone tell me? It doesn't matter, sweetheart. She hiding her tears. Hugged Monica. You'll understand when you are older. He killed himself, Dina. But why? Your mother is right, Dina. Sorry. Thank you, Serge. Responsier ran up to her and they hugged. It's hard to play the bereaved widow knowing the kind of man he really was. But still, we were married almost 20 years, Monica. And the way he died was just too sudden. Hugged once again, Evelyn wiped her tears and patted Dina on the head before turning to me. Hug her. Could have done, but I still can't help feeling responsible for this. You shouldn't feel guilty. It's not your fault, Evelyn. Alright, let's go. Well, the four of us, Evelyn, Monica, Dina, and I, took our places at the Vector family plot. I had many friends left by the end. His father and brothers lifted the coffin onto their shoulders and brought it to the grave. Time to make a speech. And a true sword who tried to achieve the best for his country against all odds. A bond was not a bond of blood. It was something stronger. It was a bond of friendship and camaraderie. A true sword who strived to achieve the best for his country against all odds. God's word says no man can be perfect, and Peter was certainly no exception. God's word says no man can be perfect, and Peter was certainly no exception. Despite his unconscionable actions towards the very end of his life, I choose to remember him as he was. We all must remember him not at his worst, but for the good deeds he has done. The past is the past, we must always look to the future. The path he paved will go down in history. Never before Swordland had a vice president like Peter Vector. Never again will it. Farewell, brother, you will be missed. So thank you. Everyone joined the prayer he was chanting. A coffin started to be lowered into the grave. I had known Peter for almost 30 years. The time was spent together flashed back before my eyes. The good memories, the bad ones, all of it. It didn't matter, he was gone. I felt a tug at my arm. Surprised, I checked my face. My eyes were wet. Yes. Leave a bottle of whiskey on the grave? Sure. Vice President's private funeral held. Alright. Is there any way I can get 6 more government budget? Late night at the Rayne household? Monica visited Evelyn often at first, helping her process mixed emotions. Eventually, Evelyn sold Peter's villa in Erlery and used the proceeds to travel the world, something she'd always wanted to do when Peter. For myself and Monica, though, life in the capital had to go on, and it did. The weeks of late nights, Monica, Sierra, and the Women's Rights Commission had succeeded in getting their bill through the Assembly. As comprehensive as they could have hoped for, I was looking forward to celebrating with my wife. But it had been hours since I'd gotten home, and she still wasn't there. I was dozing on the couch after yet another frozen TV dinner. When I heard the key turn in the lock, Monica stumbled into the hall. Honey, I'm home. Kiss her. Having a few drinks with Sierra. I can't believe we did it, Anton. Such amazing news. She hiccuped. Yeah, could have invited me to the celebrations. Oh, you would have found it boring, and somebody had to look after Dina. My God, I'm starting to see what I put you through all those years. I believe you're turning into a politician, Miss Rayne. Get used to it, baby. Seriously, Anton, this is what I want to do. I've never felt so alive. Show her the framed photo you took from your old office. I opened my briefcase, pulled out the photograph I'd taken from my old office, and that people. Oh wow, look at this. I'm still as madly in love with you as I was that day. Alright, we'll be romantic. Oh, that's a lot of pop-ups. Security packs. Launches Unified Intelligence Agency. Okay. Republic of Agnolia. Agnolia signal standing with Swordland. The lugs in harassment together with Swordland. He condemned Chancellor Hagel for trying to dominate. Warning about a potential C. Advanced transit rights. Okay. Democratic Republic of Volksland. Increased naval presence in Grey Strait. Offensive capabilities on their southern shores. This poses a great threat for Holsford and the whole country. 101 interview from Beirut. 101. Okay. The flags of the Navy spotted in full force in Helliand. Country stability decreased. further economic growth. Okay. Armed groups declare war against the state. This military parade ever. Actively ambushing Jin. Suzerain creates peace line to avert war. Okay. Election speak. Sun was starting to peek through blinds by sweet. Just pulling on my clothes when two soft sharp narcs. Good morning, sir. Morning, Lucian. Pull a piece of paper from his jacket. Just thought I'd drop off some talking points for your speech today. Just like old times. Indeed, 4 long years ago. Ready to hit the campaign train again? I'm ready if you are, Mr. President. I'll see you at the rally. I almost forgot the Archpriest Dare couldn't be present today, but wanted to relay a message of support to you and your family. What did he say? I blessed the reins down in Anrika. Lucian left the room, finished putting on my tie, and reread the notes from the morning speech. Red victory is close. Peace, prosperity, and the Swordish way. Your land, my land, Swordland, for a united Swordland. For a united Swordland. One took a deep breath. Ladies and gentlemen of Enrica, sons and daughters of Swordland, brothers and sisters of the USP. In the past 3.5 years, I've seen our custody tested again and again. Yet I stand before you now, ready to pledge myself to God and Swordland yet again. Yet Swordland has prevailed. Under my administration, we are stronger than ever. With my re-election, I will finish building Swordland's economy from the depths of recession. I will uphold law and order. Promise I will restore harmony. We brought a change to our broken constitution. I've successfully reformed Swordland's constitution, and I will continue to root out corruption and wrongdoing. I've been committed to stamping out the corruption that has plagued Swordish corporations for too long. Has changed, but the USP remains strong as ever. There's been tremendous progress made in this term, and I promise there's more. I and Vice President Gallade shall lead Swordland into a bright new era. Worship the Hall. We will form a broad coalition of supporters to make sure morning finally comes. Dawn is upon us, and it begins right here and right now. So remember, vote Rayne 57 and Mogorna West Core. Aboard the Rayne trade! The Mogorna West Core. It's enthusiastic finish to the saving as Struders thought out behind me. My re-election campaign had officially begun. Step down from the podium. Oh, what's going on now? In line with market philosophy, England lacks investment, tax evasion. Barely maintains growth, recovered trade volume. Okay. Alright, well, it's getting pretty late. I should probably stop here. So I will. And let's see. Just a little red. It's fine. Just a little bit of red as a treat. Oh, it looks like Kaladin's streaming. Let's go ahead and raid into Kaladin. I'm honestly kind of surprised I haven't been cooed yet, but we'll see. Nope. See Kaladin. There we go. So we could all say hi to Kaladin. He's streaming some Vicky 3, and I'll catch you all next time.